Kane. How good's this? Going to be a fantastic day, guys. I'm hoping, I'm pretty confident you're going to have a fantastic day. We know we will. We're going to have some awesome racing hitting the racetrack this afternoon and this evening. Can I get our first brackets out for qualifying, please? So I need Junior Dragster and Street Rotary to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster and Street Rotary to the lanes. Please. All right, so we're getting all our officials in location. We're not too far away. All right, so good to see a few of you on the hill already. Guys, thanks for coming along. What I need you to do, if you're on social media, please, how about tagging Palmyra Dragway in a post, put some photos up for us, and let everyone know how much fun you're having out here at Palmyra. We need more people on the hill. Obviously, as the day goes on, a few more will head on out. A little bit warm today. Make sure you keep the old slip, slop, slap. Remember that one? You've got to keep the hat on, put the sunscreen on, and keep up your fluids, please, guys. Make sure you got plenty to drink. So we're honoured to have the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny cars here with us this weekend. Just a reminder, those 5 cars will be making passes at 4 p.m, 6 p.m, and 8 p.m. But we've also got some fantastic support brackets here. We're going to kick it off with Junior Drag, so they're not too far away. Qualifying for all races. About to get underway. I'm going to get in early and give a shout out to some of our wonderful sponsors. We can't do without them. We've got our lane sponsors, Coal Rock Contractors and Full Tilt Transport. We've got a list of track sponsors: Proximity Motorsport, MI Scaffold, Learn to Ride, Hardy Spicer Mackay, Performance Parts Plus, Filter Wash Mackay, Century Yuasa Battery, Auto Repair and Towing, and Black Magic Detail. And like I said, we thank them very much. And I always say support those that support us, guys. So what you'll usually find are sponsors that are within our industry, so you can usually return the favour to those guys and say thanks for helping us out at Palmyra. Give them your hard-earned as well. Doesn't hurt to say you heard it here at Palmyra. We got plenty of food vendors. We all got a little bit excited. We just saw some donuts show up. So, but I can tell you there's plenty of goodness out there in the pits. There's a bit of something for everyone. Other thing we got this weekend, we got the Overtaking lane. The boys are here from the Overtaking lane. We're going live. We're going to have a live stream over the weekend. So look for the Overtaking lane. The link will be up there, and make sure you follow. If you can't be here, make sure you follow that live stream.
Just like the flowers through the concrete, just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Each other and the things we do, it's all so blue.
Need street rotaries there, please. We're still waiting on street rotaries. Junior dragsters, they're playing the game. The kids are keen as mustard. So I need street rotaries to the lanes, please. Street rotaries to the lanes. I also need tough street to get ready. Don't roll yet, but I need tough street to get ready. All right, so we got a few there on the live stream already, guys. If you're on there, drop us a message in the chat. See if we can. I could try and keep an eye on that, as well as what we got happening here on track. But Junior Dragster not too far away. Street Rotary behind. Street Rotary, we need you there. So we're on a fairly tight schedule again today, guys. We need you there promptly to the lanes. Unfortunately, if you do miss your session, you will miss out on a shot at the track for the day. So listen out, I'll do my best to keep you up to date. So the run order today, Junior Dragster, Street Rotary, Tough Street, Pro Turbo, Comp and Street. And of course we got the funny cars here. As I said, 4 PM, 6 PM and 8 PM. Out to all our wonderful track officials. So not only the officials you see physically on the track out there, we can see guys, plenty of guys down there on the start line. Darren over there at the head of the lanes. We got Smithy down the end. He's our fireman and top end guy. We've got our timing tower staff up here with me. Get our canteen staff. We got we got volunteers handing out the time cards for all the races. We got our gate staff. We have our scrutineering staff. It takes a lot of people to make an event happen. And as I said, all these are volunteers. They give up their time, and we can't do it without them. Now, if you're on the live stream there for us, do us a favour. How about drop the link over to Facebook. Get them to tune in for us. All right, Junior Drags is about to kick us off here, and I'm pleased to say we've got our biggest field of the season so far. So we tend to go, I talked about it last night, we tend to go through ebbs and flows with Junior Dragsters, and we've got a problem in that they get too old. So they get to 18 years old and they're too old. So, some move on to bigger cars and bikes and continue their drag racing. Others we've lost along the way. But hopefully we'll get them back somewhere along the line. All right, Junior Drags, 7 here this weekend. And the girls representing big time. We've got 6 of the young ladies here. And the one sole young fella, Clayton Gorman. Tegan Croker, Ashley Pinkstone going to kick us off. Both these girls come out and paired up against each other. Last night there were 2 of the quicker cars down the track. Actually a little bit eager to get away this morning. Qualifying doesn't matter so much. 780s to kick off the day. 7,888 for Ashley Pinkstone. Tegan Croker 786. So in the scheme of things, both those teams will be looking to slow those cars down just a fraction. Just a little tweak. Ruby Summer, Flynn Narensky. So Ruby, the quicker of the two cars, she goes 0.8 on the tree. She's in the full tilt transport lane on the tower side here, 8.77, 1.14. And young Flynn goes 12.09 at 85. So Flynn, one of her younger racers. That car's fairly highly restricted, and that's about where she wants to be too. 12.09 is a good start to the day. And next parent come up in junior drags, the qualifier one here, Charlie Narensky. So represented with two cars this weekend, the family and the young fella, Clayton Gorman. Young Clayton been around for a couple of seasons now, kicked off on his 8th birthday just a couple of years ago. He crosses the line 12.06, not a bad pass for him as well. He's also in the C Junior Dragster class. And 8.03 at 130 kilometres an hour for Charlie. Heidi Allgood, new to the junior dragster ranks. She's on a nice clean pass here. 9.64 at 109 for Heidi, so she's right on the ball. So a little bit of something come off the car there. We're just going to run out and grab that. Didn't affect the car at all. All right, just like that, junior dragster round one done. Street rotary coming forward, so good to see. Good selection of rotary cars here this weekend. Tough street to the lanes, please. Tough street, we need you in the lanes, please. Pro Turbo, get ready. Tough street to the lanes, Pro Turbo, get ready. All right, here we go. Street Rotary. So once again, a good little selection here in the pits. We got this man, Rob Caddy, double duty this weekend. He's running Street Rotary and Pro Turbo. In the little R100. Have a look at Gary Henry. Now, I believe Gary Henry's all the way down from Cairns for this weekend. But we watched the little R100 go 937, 224 kilometres an hour. So 937 for Rob Caddy. Gary Henry went 12:14. All right, Paul Frank, Terry Smith, Little Mazda Ute. We had two Little Mazda Utes last night, but I think we lost one, unfortunately. Master cylinder or something from the rumour was. It's cool watching these early Mazda Utes go at each other last night, but little patina one. This is a good-looking car. This one for Terry Smith. Paul Frank got the RX, well, it says RX4. It's definitely not an RX4. It's a FC, I think, RX7. 12:45, 181 for him. Terry Smith, 14:12. You'll be right. Guarantees Hayden Clark out there. Guarantees a couple of PBs last night. The car went as quick as 10:36. He's on the mound side nearest you fine folks. 10:51, 2:10 for him. 10:94 for Hayden Clark. And Hayden Clark, we had to push off the track last night because he broke a shaft. So he has managed to get that turned around and out on track today. Good stuff. Brett Mason, Travis Mumford, good old Ford versus Holden battle. Mumford in the VU. Brett Mason, this thing looks like it makes some power, but he's having some dramas, getting some traction. Had it last night, again this morning. Mumford went 11.70s last night, 11.93. A little bit warmer today. Six cylinders doing it two different ways. We got Brad Gilroy with the supercharged V6, 1093 for him, and a 1023 for Cody Turner. So looks like the heat knocking these cars around a little bit this morning. It's definitely quite a bit warmer today than it was last night. This is tough street. Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Comp, get ready. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Comp, get ready. Mark Barraclough, 10.14, 226 on the Mustang. Got the supercharged 5 litre in that one. Luke Faulkner, he went 11.52. Brett Allgood, big for sale sign on the back of the car. Now I do know Brett Allgood recently picked up a Tirana, so he's going back to his Tirana route. So that beautiful Premier is for sale. 1082 at 200. It's a quick car as well. Haley's got 1127. We saw the car in the 10s well and truly last night. So that's not the pass she was looking for in qualifier 1. So repeating Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Comp, get ready. Ben Walker, Brad Price. Brad Price broke a drive shaft last night. All good. Back again today in the Mustang. And Ben Walker in the Tornado. This car impressed me last night. Well and truly in the 9 seconds. This one will start with a 9. No, just outside. 10.08 this time. 10.08 to 11. Brad Price, 9.96. Back there or thereabouts. We'll see that car go a little bit quicker, I'm sure, on the next one. Mark Peachy in the Stato, the Caprice. LS powered. Chris Kepper, Mercury Cougar. Great looking car, this one. He's up against Mark Peachy. So Kepper had a shot at the tree when 009 red. $11.61 for the big statesman. Kepper was out of the pedal earlier, 14.15. We know that car can go quicker. Carly, your radio's stuck on too. Carly. Attention, Carly. Oh no, it's fixed. It's fixed now, Pete. All right, Aaron Mackey, Antonio Cesari. So Mackey in the HX Ute. Nice car, this one. Antonio Cesari in the Monaro from the Paddy stable out of town. A big shout out to everyone that's travelled to be here again this weekend. 10.69 for Cesari, 201 kilometres an hour. So just over the metric double ton. And Aaron McKee, 12.54. Once again, if you're on the live stream, drop us a question, drop us a message. Let us know where you're watching from. Andrew Borg, Dino Gorman. A couple of local races. The Borg family always represents big time here. And all this side of the Borg family are forward to the bone. Dino Gorman beside him in the Statesman. Got the big block Chev in there. He's going to push him to an 11.19 at 191. Andrew Borg in that beautiful XY goes 10.95. Another car we see out here once or twice a year. Great to see him here this weekend. That's Andrew Samet. So this beautiful looking pickup. How about 434 cubes of small block Chev? This thing gets along nicely. Marcus Benyon beside it. He's doing it the hard way. He's swapping gears. Manual gearbox in the supercharged club sport. But Andrew Samet goes 10.67. That's a cool hot rod. 10.67 at 197. Marcus Ben goes 11.60. So Another shout out for Pro Turbo. We need you there if you're not already, please. Kylie O'Reilly and Cody Hargraves. So Kylie's got the little Lancer. Very stout little 308 engine in that one. Cody Hargraves over here in the BK competition. He's done a fantastic job. Only had a couple of meetings in this car. Really taken home some trophies. That's Cody Hargraves. He goes 10:34, 2:12, and Kylie O'Reilly were right on the money this weekend, 10:43, and that's about where you'll see that car. Bob's here. Bob Connolly. He's travelled down from the top end as well, up from Cairns. The Holden Ute 383 cubes. Candice Brettle got the beautiful Camaro over here. This thing's tough for Candice. Put the mockers on it because it struggled. It got out there. It's almost like it hit a limp mode or something. It just nosed over. It's just going to crawl on through. Bob had his own dramas. 12.70. No, not what he's looking for there either. So let's hope whatever that is for Candice can be sorted. We'll see that fantastic looking Camaro back for round 2, hopefully. Brett Kelly, Andrew McClellan up next. They're waiting in the water box. So top qualifiers this weekend decided by best reaction time over all rounds of qualifying. So we're aiming to get 3 rounds of qualifying in. So again, best reaction time over the rounds of qualifying. That's where we'll get our top qualifiers from. Brett Kelly in the hardtop. There's another car we'll see. Actually went in 1030s last night. Usually in the 1040 region. 001 on the tree. He's a defending national super sedan champion, if you don't mind. Brett Kelly. Racing here this weekend. He's up from Gladstone. 10:34, so backs up that last night's 10:33. Andrew McClellan went 19.7. There was a lot of black smoke out of the car as he tried to leave the start line here. I think it just choked on itself. Got a throat full of fuel, and that was the end of that pass. Dave Rickards. In the Falcon wagon he calls Snoozy. Still got the tow bar on the back, so he would have towed a trailer. He probably towed the camper van up this weekend. Unhook the camper van, set that up, and go and race the wagon. Turbocharged Barrett engine in this one. Tony Wilson's there beside him, but not a car you'll see too often here. In Australia, it's the Pontiac Grand Le Mans. Big block Chev. It's on the limiter. You can hear that thing for Tony on the limiter from about 1,000 feet. 10.70, 198. Dave Rickards went 11.78. But that big block in the Pontiac bouncing off the limiter from pretty much 1,000 feet. Trying to keep up with some of the comments on the live stream. We got where we catching up from. We got one from Mel trying to hiding from the AFL Grand Final. You know what they say, the best part about the footy Grand Finals is we're only a week away from Bathurst. 10.96 in this lane at 203. That's Gary Brett. And Dale Caruana was beside him from one of our sponsors, Hardy Spice and Mackay. Dale in the Pontiac went 11.39. We got Gatton. Oh, there's a truck show on at Gatton this weekend, apparently. That's always a good one. Lynn Hamilton from the Gold Coast. We got Laidley, Gatton, all out that area. Very good. So again, guys, thanks for tuning in. Do us a favour, share it around. Sean Deegan. Great looking. 11:01 last night. This thing he's telling me hits the limiter about. Yep, there it is. It hit the limiter. 11:02 at 188. He was hoping to run a 10 up this morning. Went 11:01 yesterday, 11:02 on that one. Maybe as it gets a little bit cooler. So that'll complete first qualifier for Tough Street. We're going to move into Pro Turbo. We got a good bracket here this weekend. These boys are good mates. And a couple of real cool cars. How about Darren Garrick in the Skyline? Got the RB30, single cam 6-cylinder. It's a little bit of concern. A little bit concerned down there. They got the bonnet up. They're just checking under that. Comp to the lanes, please. Comp to the lanes. Comp to the lanes and street, get ready. Comp to the lanes, street, get ready. So Adrian Sash over there. Looks like we might have a solo here, some kind of issue. So Adrian Sash, the little Suzuki. It's got a 4-cylinder 4G54 Mitsubishi engine. For full lock auto. So, been off the track for a little while, waiting on some new parts. This is the first time we've seen it out with the new parts. We've seen this car go mid-8s. The target is to go quicker than that. Picks the left-hand front up. For a little car, this thing, when it gets it right, it's so right. Straight down the middle. Sounds like it hit a limiter up there at 895. They'll be pretty happy with that. I know they're creeping up on this new combo. Let's have a look at the comments. Grant Berry, hello, mate. Hey, good to have you on board. There's a comment there about Warwick Dragway, and of course, big shout out to everyone at Warwick Dragway. First event back there after a massive project of going from an 1/8 mile track to a 1/4 mile track, and it looks fantastic from all the photos. They're going to kick it off with the VW event this weekend. One of those situations you can't be in two places at once. Would have loved to have been there for that. But hey, all the best to Warwick Dragway. Can't wait to get there. Josh Moore, Jason Scott, turbocharged barrows, both lanes. So doing it for Performance Parts Plus up in Townsville. You can see the main man, Barry Moore, down behind Josh. He's a young fella. Jason Scott got the EL Falcon. This thing is a very sharp car as well. Let's go. It took a while for Josh to get up on the boost there. Scott spun the tyres there pretty much on the hit. Couple little spare parts coming out of the back of the car for Moore, but he goes 878. 878, 248, and they'd be pretty happy with that in the heat of the day. Yep, there's a couple of pretty happy nods there. A couple of spare parts come off the car. Yeah, another one out there, Pete. Track staff straight onto it. Jason Scott didn't get the pass he wanted there. He'll be back. Here's the team. It was good to see them string a couple of good passes together last night. That's a strong rotary team. Look at the RX-7 here. Aaron Strong at the wheel, having a few dramas. Looks like selecting reverse. This happened last night too, and then he managed to pick it, but looks like it's a bit more of a struggle here this morning. He's ended up shut the car off there, so doesn't want to select reverse. You can hear him sort of load up, but he tries to. Hard to say what that car's doing, but it went a couple of 860 passes last night, which was good for the team. 20B turbo powered car. Christian Schneeber over here in the FG Falcon. He's in the Coal Rock lane on the man side. This car impressed last night as well. Alright, we're going to go the manual version. Human power. So hopefully Aaron Strong can select a forward gear here. Yeah, no problems with that one. The reverse, not so. Anyway, Dad out the front saying, hold up, son. We'll wait for Christian Schreiber to come up in the FG Falcon. Unfortunately, that car for Strong bogged down on the start line there. Doesn't want to select all the gears either. Watch Christian in the other lane. He'll go 968 at 230. 968 and 230. He's obviously got good brakes on that thing too, because there's no shoot coming out. So 968, 230 for Christian Schreiber in the FG. And no joy for Aaron Strong on that one. Tim Hawkins, beautiful little 808 wagon. It's got a turbocharged 13B in this thing. It's a cool little car. Craig Chapman along with Lee Anderson present this beautiful EL Falcon. Got a turbocharged Barra engine for Townsville Car Care Centre. The little 808 just absolutely blazes the tyres. No problems here for Craig Chapman. We're keeping an eye on the boards. He goes 878. And the car, from memory, went 77 last night. So I think in the heat of the day, they'll be pretty happy with that. Timmy Hawkins, little tyre under the back of that car. Makes a lot of horsepower. Couldn't get it to the track that time. Again, we're just about to kick off comp. If you're not there, we need you there in a hurry. Otherwise, you're going to miss your slot. First call for Street. I'll get Street to start heading to the lanes shortly as well. Street to the lanes, please. Street to the lanes. Rob Caddy, once again, the man is very busy this weekend. Big shout out to the CQ Rotary team for putting in the work to organise this, all these rotary cars here this weekend. Ron Howarth beside him. Love this XP Falcon coupe. It's got a Barra. But it just hasn't been playing the game lately. Let's see how we go on this one. This looks better. Here we go. All right, Rob Caddy goes 889. 889 for Rob Caddy, 1183 for Rob Howard. So it sort of got down the track that time. It's better than what we've seen over the last couple of frustrating meetings for him. Some kind of electrical gremlin in that car he's been chasing. So Martin Atkinson, this Skyline. First time I'd seen this car was last night. It's a GDR. Scott Flanagan, that's probably one of the best leaves I've seen out of the ones he did last night. So keep an eye on the boards here. We saw something with a 10. Something's triggered the timers early, unfortunately. He's come up with a 615. He'd like to run a 615, but it definitely didn't. Again, it's pretty cool to see a lot of races and teams have travelled this weekend. Here's another one of them. Josh Moore from Roma. Shout out to Roma and Ironbark Raceway out there. Good to have Josh Moore and, of course, Randall and Josh and Shane and all the Moore family. Big part of the Roma drag racing community. Good to see him here in the front engine dragster. Bit of old school. Injected small block Chev in this one. Simone Wheeler. Blondie. That's what it says on the number plate. She's been fantastic in the VX Commodore turbocharged LS in that one. All right, Simone Wheeler went 904 best last night. Let's see how she go on this one. All right, so some little glitch there. We're just going to give the computer a kick in the we're going to kick the monitor. All right, whatever works. We're going to get our technical team onto it. So unfortunately, both those race cars come up with an 8th mile time and no quarter mile time. We'll get that sorted before we get the next pairing out. So, guys, great to have so many vendors here this weekend. Make sure you go over and support them. We got a bit of everything here. We got the ever faithful Pete and the crew. Peter and the crew got the Dagwood dogs and the chips and the nuggets and the fish bites and all the good stuff. We got burgers, hot dogs, dumplings. What else could you want? Well, if you want something else, we got plenty of other vendors here as well. The canteen, our Palmyra canteen, and big shout out to our staff down there looking after that. We got pies and sausage rolls and all the All the ice cold drinks for kids and adults. We got adult lemonades a little bit later. They'll be available. So support the club by helping out the canteen. We got the ice cream van there. We got Tasty Twister. That's the potato on a stick. You know the twirly ones? They're down behind the mound there. Those things go all right, I can tell you. Sugar Guru. Make sure you get over to Sugar Guru. Actually, let's be honest, I've sampled all the products. Sugar Guru's here with popcorn desserts. You got to get over and have a look at them. I think what did I have last time? I had popcorn with cherry ripe and sprinkles and chocolate sauce. That's good stuff. They got the fairy floss there too. That goes all right. Make sure you get over there to Sugar Guru. And if you're taking the kids, I'm sorry, mate, let them run it out on the mound. They'll be right. Saucy and spicy. Got the Indian Delights. They'll be here today as well. I think they were setting up over there. So saucy and spicy. Horse and Jockey Espresso. And if you can't find something in all that, you're not looking hard enough. You going to get over there?
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know, the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before, and that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
Juniors start to get ready. Don't come round yet, juniors. I know you're excited, but don't come round yet. We got a big comp field to get through, which is a fantastic problem to have. Brad Turner in the altered. Dean Zammett, the HJ Ute, took a trophy here at Powerfest a couple of weeks ago. Put a very good race event together. Brad Turner, 632 cubes of big block Chev in the altered. 0-2 on the tree for Dean Zammett. He's going to continue that good racing going into this meet. Brad Turner gets 1,000 foot, throws the beams out.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, Bob Baker in the HQU. Got a big block Chev in this one. Bob loves a burnout. Loves just burning the hides off this thing. Jai Acton for TMS Performance. So the ute out in front, Bob will get there first. A nice clean run here for him. How about an 868? 868, 249. Jai Acton went 10-1-1. All right, a little bit of supercharge action, our first taste for today. Now, guys, if you haven't heard a supercharged car before, it's about to get loud. So Rod Scanlon getting a little hop up as he tries to apply the brakes to the altered. Big block Chev, 540 cubes. And Les Holznagel. If you haven't seen this thing before, yep, that's a Tirana ute. Waiting for Rod Scanlon. Come back from his long burnout in the supercharged car. Little Ripper for Les Holznagel. Again, if you're on the live stream, thanks for tuning in. You're at Palmyra Dragway. We're in Mackay, about 10 minutes southwest of Mackay Town Centre. Out here in the cane fields. Nitro in the cane this weekend. Nitro Funny cars on a little bit later. Rod Scanlon, Leslie Holznagel for their first qualifier here. Rod Scanlon on a nice pass here. He'll throw the chutes there at the 13.20 and goes 7.08. 7.08 at 301 kilometres an hour. Leslie Holznagel went 9.36 at 2.31. So Justin Walsh here this weekend. That's his old car, that altered. One of the old, a beautiful old Roddy Scanlon. So he was out there as an interested spectator. Chris Harm in the XB. We're just going to hold this pairing up because one of the cars is pulled up a little bit short on the corner there, apparently. So we got Darcy Hock in the dragster. Well, there we go, the Tirana for Holsnagger. The Tirana Ute had pulled up right on the corner, but he's got it fired up again and managed to get around the corner. So we're good to go. So the young fella, Darcy Hock, only licensed in this car a couple of months ago. Been impressive. It's a stout little small block Chev in this dragster. Chris Harm still trying to sort the bugs out in the Falcon. Oh, that's not what he wanted. That's not what he wanted. 8:29 as we watch Darcy Hock throw the chutes in the braking area. But Chris Harm. No joy for him. A little bit, maybe a couple of spots out there on the track too. Wayne, our starter, just spotted that. So Chris Harm, they're going to take that back to the pit. So unfortunate, couldn't get it sorted this time out. So no joy for Chris Harm that time. That's a manual car, that one. It's pretty cool. It's got a manual gearbox in it. Still trying to get a head around the manual gearbox and the clutch setup. The other guy that was going to be here this weekend, and it was close. It was on the dyno only yesterday, and that was Aaron Smith in the Mopar. After some upgrades to that car too, but unfortunately a couple of issues on the dyno. The car wasn't ready and is not here this weekend. So I saw a post there from Aaron on the Facey book. We'll see him again not too far away. When we get those two cars sorted side by side, watch out. It's going to be fun.
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk.
So a couple of spots out there. Another shout out to our track crew. They got the mops out. We're going to get these spots cleaned up. Team's happy that that's all we needed to do. All right, another call for straight to the lanes, please. Straight to the lanes, please. And Junior Dragster. We need the Junior Dragsters to head back to the lanes for their second round of qualifying too, please. Plenty to go in here in comp. Geez, we got some good cars here this weekend. Look at this next pairing rolling up. Stephen Summer in the Pontiac Trans Am. The late model Ford tuning guru from CPV Tuning, Dave Shee. Had a customer's car out here a couple of weeks ago, a white Mustang out of Sydney. And back in Old Faithful today, Dave's Mustang. So the Pontiac Trans Am for Steve Summer. Very stout small block Chev in this one. Dave Shee. In what I still believe, and I'll have to double check with Dave, but is the fastest, the quickest late model, all steel Mustang aspirated in the world. So this style of car in the world, this is the quickest. It's gone as quick as 9:09 from memory. Some kind of drama there. That car for Dave just drove straight over near the wall. He did the right thing, got out of it. Steve Summer put a nice pass in. How about a 774? 774 at 280. So again, guys, if you're here, if you like to dabble in social media, do us a favour. Put up a post and share that you're here at Palmyra. We want as many people to come and enjoy today's event as possible. A lot of hard work's gone into this event. I'm not going to be about to talk over a supercharged car. A couple of supercharged sedans. We got this wild Camaro for Ando, Paul Anderson for Easy Group. Big block Chev with a PSI supercharger on top. What we call a screw blower. This a wild bit of gear. And this guy in the Monaro, bit of a local legend, Garth McIntyre. The HQ Monaro got a supercharged Hemi engine. Couple of final adjustments on Endo's car. Endo just about ready to go, waiting on Garth McIntyre. Here he comes. His daughter Felicity, granddaughter I should say, out the front calling him in. Both cars ready to go. Endo clears the pipes. Endo's car bogged down here on the start line, then went into tyre shake, rattled the bones. No dramas for Garth McIntyre. The chute comes out, he goes 771. 771 at 291, but Endo will have, he'll be looking for some Panadol when he gets back to the pits. Oh, everyone's here. We even got Rob Harrington in the house. Ah, good to see. Jason Earl, we had a big event out here 2 weeks ago. We had Power Fest, Sugar City Power Fest. This guy, along with his wife Kim, run that event, and it was a massive 3 days. It's a little Datsun 1200 ute, and as the 1200 suggests, they used to come in with a 1200cc engine, not a 393 cube Cleveland. I was going to say, there's a different set of wheels on this today, and it didn't hook up on the start line. All right, so something come off Jason's car there. Don't think it's any drama, but we'll go out and we'll pick that up, make sure that's not going to cause us any issues. So we'll send the Super Golf buggy out. So a couple of races decided to pick this weekend to debut new cars. This is one of them. Good to see this car come out for one pass last night. Did everything right, first time down the track. All right, another supercharged car. This beautiful new Monaro for Wayne Hargraves. So very first look at the racetrack for this new car for Hargraves last night. He was out of it early, but it was a nice clean front half of the track, so I think the team were very happy. Supercharged big block Chev. And how good does that thing look? Looks fantastic. It's making his screw guy run. Once again, thanks for tuning in on the live stream. Through the Overtaking lane, do us a favour, share the link for the live stream around. Let's get some people on here watching this event. If you can't be here live, that's the next best thing on the live stream through the Overtaking lane. All right, Wayne Hargraves. Full track pass this time, 8:36. Not rotating the earth, but doing everything right and just creeping up on that new combination. So good stuff there for Wayne Hargrave and the team. 5:38 to half track. So you know the combo will be nice and soft as they get on top of that new combo. So good stuff for the team. Naomi Whitfield up next as we move into street. Junior Dragsters, if you're not there, we need you there. Please, street rotary to the lanes. Please, street rotary to the lanes. Junior Dragster, street rotary. We need you in the lanes, please. All right, Naomi Whitfield. The VG Holden. Late model Commodore over here on the other side goes 12.57, and Naomi goes 15.23. Couple of likely characters here. Ron Shaw takes on Errol Younger. So Errol Younger back in Old Faithful this weekend. He's got R&T pumps now giving Errol and the team a hand. So good stuff. Great to have a new sponsor on board. Serena Crane High, 8-man and Janes Custom Automotive helping out our mate Ronnie Shaw. He's in the green HQ Ute. .07 on the tree for Ron. It's been in the 12s this year with the new 308 engine. And he goes 12.63 at 166 there. Errol Younger, 13.36. So Brian Blank, he sent me a couple of messages because I saw this car for the first time last night and I wasn't sure because it sort of looks like a Celica, but he tells me it's an early Supra. So it's got a 1UZ, if you're familiar with that. It's a 4-litre Toyota V8. Heatherfield in the other lane, in the gasser, they call Shafter. She came out very first time down the track last night, had a ball. We love those old school looking cars. Now she's got someone to chase. Couple of low 15-second passes. There you go, that's better. 13.71. So big jump. 15.2 was her best last night. She just went 13.71, 172 kilometres an hour. Brian Blank went 13.81. All right, we continue in street. So Junior Dragster and Street Rotary. Been injured in the lanes. Another call for those two brackets. Danny Acton, 12.11. In the white Maloo there on the Coal Rock lane. And a 13.47 in the other lane here. Digger Smith. Oh, I won't tell you what he called this Volkswagen during the week. Just think Germany. So he's in the family car. The Volkswagen, how do you call it? Archeron, something like Arteon, something like that. 13.69, 156. And Andrew McClellan, the other lane, went 13.18. All right, and just like that, we're done. First round of qualifying done. We're going to move into round two. We got Junior Drags is going to kick us off. Ashley Pinkstone and Flynn Narensky. So Ashley Pinkstone for SCG Race Parts, Lat Racing. Oh, look at the list of sponsors. Dave Roderick Building Services, John's Ford Parts, Culprit Racing. They're all there. Flynn Narensky for JB Automotive. JB out the front, the man they call the Rooster. So young Ashley, she's in the quicker car, the A Junior Dragster, less restricted than the other car. That's better. How about a 01 light and a 794, 131. Flynn in the other lane went 12.06 in the C Junior Dragster, and that's about where we allow that car to run. So good stuff. Nice passes by both of the girls. Charlie Narensky. So the Narensky girls. JB doing double duty. Tegan Kroger, been impressed with Tegan Kroger. She's doing a good job in this car. So both the girls away pretty sharply. 09 to a 101 on the tree. And a 793 for Tegan and an 811 for Charlie. Both the cars went over 130 kilometres an hour. So that's 30 k an hour quicker than you can go on the highway. And they're doing it over 200 metres and they're not even 18. Tough street to the lanes, please. Tough street to the lanes. Pro Turbo, get ready. Tough street to the lanes. Pro Turbo, get ready. So the young fella for Fleischer Trade Agency, Savage Signs and Alico. That's Clayton Gorman. Let's hear it for the boys. He's the only one in a junior dragster this weekend here at Palmyra. Heidi Allgood. Only new to juniors, but she's doing a good job. She's there in the Coal Rock lane. She'll get there first as well. 9:44 at 110. Clayton Gorman goes 11:94 at 86 kilometres an hour. Ruby Summer going to round us out in round 2 for junior dragster. Dad's out the front. He just got out of the Trans Am. Had to run around and be crew chief for young Ruby. $8.84 for Ruby that time at 112. So just a reminder of the races that our top qualifier will be decided on best reaction time, and that's over all rounds of qualifying. So we're aiming for 3 rounds of qualifying for all brackets. And top qualifier will be best reaction time over those 3 rounds. So another shout out to our volunteers. Like I said, it's a bit warm out there. How warm is it, Dave? It's warm. He's all right. Dave Hamilton from the Overtaking lane. Man in the camera this weekend. They're making him work. Paul Frank, Terry Smith as we move into street rotary. Good to have a nice little bracket of rotary cars, and they've come from everywhere. We've got Cairns, we've got Townsville, we've got a few local cars. Like I said, I do like the little ute. Paul Frank, the better of it. He's got the RX-7 there, and he'll go 12:42. And the ute goes 14:37. Oh, Gary Henry trying to get the power to the ground. He's got hands going everywhere. He's got the indicator on now. 13B powered rotary. Goes 12:09. And he's down from Cairns, I believe. So good on you. Thank you, mate. Thanks for coming down and joining us here this weekend. Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny cars. Don't forget, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. We got 5 cars on the property. Make sure you get over in the pits there and have a look at all the work that goes on. Pretty cool sight to look over there. See 4 cars under the Aeroflow trailer marquee. Greg Lay's got the Stormtrooper there as well. Brett Kelly, 032 on the tree. 10.34 in the first qualifier. Don't be surprised if he goes very close to that on this one. 10.40. And Chisari went 10.72 for the KDMR stable after a 10.69. So both of those guys are very consistent in qualifying so far. Brett Kelly's 032 will put him up there towards the top of the table. Two Utes doing battle here. We got Travis Mumford. It's the Holden VUSS, and Ben Walker in the Tornado, and it is a Tornado. This thing. Mumford again very sharp on the tree. Wouldn't be the first top qualifier he's taken if he gets it this weekend. 0.24 for him. Ben Walker, look at the Falcon. He's got a good handful of car lengths on Travis Mumford. There he goes, 10.47 at 2.10. Travis Mumford went 11.91. So the distinctive sound of the supercharged V6 for Bowen Engine Centre. You got Brad Gilroy. VT Commodore, Luke Faulkner over here, Barrett powered FGX Falcon. That's better for Gilroy, 10.67, 200 kilometres an hour. Luke Faulkner went 11.53. He had the speed with the 202. Again, Hayden Clark, good to see him back here. We had to push the car off the track after he did a little bit of damage last night in the driveline. It's all sorted, ready to go. Chris Kepper, the Mercury Cougar. You don't see too many of these around. This one's pretty tough too, looks good. Not a clean run for Hayden Clark. Keep an eye on the boards in the full tilt transport lane. We see 11.25 at 192 for Chris Kepper. This is Tough Street. Pro Turbo up next. Pro Turbo, we need you to the lanes, please. Pro Turbo. Comp, get ready, but Pro Turbo, we need you to the lanes, please. Aaron Tees, Too Easy Teasy from Mackay Car Wash. And Hayley Scott in the Barra powered Skyline. Teasy's on another quick one, 10.52. 2.09. Hayley Scott, that's better. That's better from Hayley Scott. She went 10.77. So if you're in the market for a great looking Premier, Holden Premier, HX model, this one for Brett Allgood. Got the big for sale scribbled across the back windscreen. Dave Rickards, I don't know if he'd ever sell Snoozy. He's a family favourite. 11.49 for the wagon and a 10.87 for Brett Allgood. So the XY Fairmont from the Borg family. This is Andrew, 393 cubes of Stroker, Cleveland engine. Great old school look to this one. Marcus Benyon, supercharged, LS for TMS performance. So the Fairmont will keep some clean heels there, and he goes 11.08 at 195. Marcus Benyon went 11.45. 54, I should say. 11.54. I gave him an extra tenth. Tough street races by H&R Block in Mackay. So great to have those guys on board for the weekend. Cody Turner, Kylie O'Reilly. Again, another fairly close matchup. On paper, you'll see the Barra-powered Falcon will get there first. For Cody, he goes 10.35 at 2.15. Kylie goes 10.49. Andrews Hammett brings that beautiful looking pickup back. Dino Gorman beside him goes 0.26 on the tree. So that'll put him up near the top. Give himself a good shot at top qualifier. He goes 11.20. Andrews Hammett went 10.88 that time. So he dropped a couple of tenths. Bit more supercharged goodness from the pit area. And now we got a couple of cars we haven't seen out through qualifying. We got a couple of cars here doing a couple of test shots here, but they're going to do it within the bracket. Yes, he's got a chicken on his car. That's Bob Chicken Racing. Bob Connolly from Cairns. Mark Peachy in the Tough Street Caprice. That's better from Bob. So the 1 tonner got there in 10.71 that time down. Mark Peachy went 11.62. Back up his 11.61 from the previous qualifier. Martin Atkinson brings out this Skyline GTR again. It's a pretty impressive bit of gear. Aaron Mackey, we usually see him on a Harley. No bikes this weekend, unfortunately. So he bought the Holden Ute out. 10.51 for the Skyline that time down. 2.8, a little bit of smoke in the braking area. But that cleared up, looked like it was out of the exhaust. 12.56 for Aaron Mackey. We had two cars there on the line. Don't know what's going on with Nathan, Gary Brett, but Mark Barraclough in the Mustang. He went 10.27 at 2.26 that time. See if we can sort something out for Buddha. We'll bring our next pairing up to the water shortly. We've got Dale Caruana. He's from one of our sponsors too, the Hardy Spicer in Mackay. And if you know Hardy Spicer, they do drive shafts. That's what they specialise in. So if you're chasing a drive shaft, you're in the Mackay, even if you're not in the Mackay area, get on the Dale Caruana and the team at Hardy Spicer Mackay. They'll look after you. So 350 small block Chev for Dale Caruana in the Trans Am. Cody Hargraves in the VK. Of course, Wayne Hargraves. Monaro, the blown car we saw out here. This is his old car. Got his nephew from memory. Here's young Cody. $10.30 for Cody that time, no problems at all. And Dale Caruana, 11.79. All right, Sean Deegan brings the Tirana up. So Stroker, small block Chev, 383 cubes. So he's looking for a 10-second pass. He's gone 11.01 last night. He went 11.02 in the first qualifier, but the thing's hitting the limiter, just past 1,000 foot. Candice Brettle. Great looking Camaro, this thing. So she didn't get a clean pass in either. This one looks better. They're pretty much side by side. Brettle maybe got the nose in front. She'll get there first. She goes 11.11. And no joy for Sean that time, 11.31. Tony Wilson. Can't miss the yellow. Pontiac. Brett Mason over here got that beautiful Falcon Ute, but again, no traction. So having heaps of horsepower can be a bit of a headache sometimes. Blaze the tyres out past 200 feet. Had to get out of it. 13.72 is not what that car can run. Tony Wilson will be pretty happy, but he went 10.52. So Brett Mason, he's pulled up a bit short, but he's done the right thing. He's pulled off to the side of the track. He is in the braking area, but we may have to go and rescue him from that position before we go any further. So we'll send the tow buggy down, and we'll see if we can get Brett Mason around the corner. So.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
So it's a big 6 weeks up here. We had, as I said, Sugar City Power Fest here only 2 weeks ago. 3 massive days here of burnouts and drag racing. We had some roll racing. We had Go to Woe. What else do we have? I'm thinking I'm missing something. Power skids. We had power skids as well. So that was a huge 3 days. So shout out to Jason, Earl, and Kim, and all the team for putting that event together. Obviously, we got this event this weekend, and we got only 2 weeks away. Not even 2 weeks away. We got Carnage in the Cane Fields, and that's the Kenda Radial, the radial racing circus, shall we say. Come to town. And we got cars travelling from as far as Victoria for that one. And usually those guys will run, about this time of year, they run at Willowbank Raceway. They run their final round, their biggest event of the year. But Willowbank getting some much-needed upgrades at the moment. So the team from Kenda contacted Palmyra here. And it's come together. All right, so we're just going to have a look at the track there. Apparently it's thrown the tail shaft out of that car for Brett Mason, so that's why he pulled over to the side. We're just going to have a run back there, make sure we got nothing on there on the track before we send some cars down there. We need a clean surface, obviously. So we're just about done with Tough Street. I can tell you the lanes are nice and full with Pro Turbo cars. As soon as we get them out of the way, we'll start getting comp around to the lanes, please. We'll get comp around the lanes, please, shortly. All right, so H&R Block Mackay, locally owned individual sole trader and small business tax specialist. They're bringing us Tough Street this weekend. The local branch has been here over 30 years, a local franchise, I should say. So Gary Brett will get that run cleared and out of the way. He went 0.78 on the tree and went 10.33 at 2.14. Pro Turbo about to come forward for their second qualifier. Brought to us this weekend by CQ Rotary and All Paint Solutions. So a little Suzuki that can. Adrian Sash didn't get a clean burnout here. They're gonna run him straight back into the water, get another crack at it. So the For Some Fun Suzuki. And if you've been around long enough, you'll remember a car by that name, and that was his dad's car back in the day. So Scott down there helping Adrian. He ran a very similar car back in the day. All right, so some new parts on the car. It's been off the track for a little bit since those new parts are on the order list. They probably got caught on freight. We're all struggling with that at the moment. How good's freight and delivery? Not. Christian Schreiber. No, what did we decide? Schneeber. Sorry, Christian, if I'm getting it wrong. It's not the easiest one. Christian Schneeber, Adrian Sash. So the FG Falcon for Christian. It's been a pretty impressive car too. 968 in qualifier 1. Adrian Sash went 895. All right, they get away here. Have a look at the little Suzuki. It's on a good run here. Christian's out of the throttle already. The shoots go out. 875. Shoots early for Adrian Sash. 875, 238 in the little shoebox. It's more like a roller skate, actually. Christian Schieber, 1622 as he got out of the pedal way early. Right, the Barra engine. Choice of power for these two cars. We got Josh Moore in the, well, it's like a Falcon 1-tonner, isn't it? It's got a little tray on the back of it. For Performance Parts Plus, the big man Barry out the front, telling the young fella where he wants him on the start line here. 878 qualifier 1. Craig Chapman, EL Falcon, great looking car. Joint project with Lee Anderson for Townsville Car Care Centre, I should say. Craig Chapman went 875 in the EL Falcon there, 1088 for Josh Moore. So Darren Garrick in the Skyline. Had a drama out here on the start line before, couldn't put in a first qualifier. Put a couple of solid passes down last night, so needs a good one here. So it's the RB30 turbocharged power car. Rob Caddy. Spinning corn chips for CQ Rotary. In the RX2. So he's got the beautiful little R100 here this weekend in the Street Rotary, and then he's running this car in Pro Turbo. So not a true time there for Rob Caddy. 9:37 in the other lane. So not a great pass for Darren Garrick either. Jason Scott, EL Falcons. Needs a good pass here, as does Timmy Hawkins. Great little 808 wagon. Love the Venetians. Both the boys blazing the tyres here off the start line, throwing everything at it. Oh, it was enough to rattle a Venetian off the wagon, apparently. One of the Venetians fell off inside the wagon. 11.10 and a 10.44, so not what either of those boys were looking for. Simone Wheeler out here in the Commodore. On another good pass here. Let's have a look at the boards in the left-hand lane. 917, so another quick pass. 917, 242 for Simone Wheeler. Joy Acton went 994 that time, so good pass there for Joy. Improvement from both of them. So Electric Machinery sales bringing us comp this weekend, and a big contributor to the event all round. We got, of course, Mackay Regional Council also to thank. Bob Baker, honestly. Every time Bob Baker does a big burnout, it just there's piles of burning rubber on the track. It just absolutely blazes the slicks on this HQ ute. 632 cubes of big block Chev. Rod Scanlon. We went 708 earlier today in the Aldred. We've seen this car go into the sixes. Let's see if we can see something here with the six for Scanlon and the team. Both get away pretty right, not too bad. Here we go, Scanlon. This one looks quicker. This will be a 6. No, just missed it. 7:01. 7:01, 3:05 for Rod Scanlon. Bob Baker went 8:75. So slight improvement for Scanlon. Baker went the other way a little bit, 8:75 that time. So Brad Price from H&R. Block in Mackay here. Brings the Mustang back out for round 2 here. Josh Moore from Roma. Front engine dragster, got 331 cubes of small block Chev. Got that old school look, got the zoomies, got the stack injection. Got the spoke front wheels. Period. Perfect, this thing. He was a little bit keen to go away out a shot of the tree trying to go for that number 1 qualifier. 007 there. Some dramas there. Brad Price's Mustang. I could see it almost going into like a bunny hop at half track there. So 8:87 that time for Josh Moore. 8:87, 2:40 for him. And Brad Price, maybe some kind of issue again for the Mustang. Hasn't been the weekend for him and the team. All right, can we have street to the lanes, please? Street to the lanes as we watch. Couple of tough Holden utes. We got Dean Zammit. His ute's pretty tough. HJ model with a small block Chev in it. But I don't think it's as tough as Mick Barrett's. Supercharged, big block Chev. WB ute. Come out for the first time with his new combination last night. 878 with a couple of pedals. So watch Mick Barrett on this. He only knows one way. He's a lunatic. He goes all right, Mick Barrett. Right, here we go. The WBU takes on the HAU. Barrett blazed the tyres on the hit, but he's still got to hold into it. Have a look at the top end. He throws the shootout on the line, goes 978. So not too bad after it turned the tyres pretty savagely here at the start. 253 kilometres an hour, 10:02 for Dean Zammit. All right, kiddies, get down to the fence. The CQ Rotary team coming back. We won't talk over here, no. Have a look at the Dodge Ram with the CQ Rotary Mazda, the orange Mazda. Look at the kids. Look at the kids go nuts. Good stuff. So got some goodies down there on the fence. Kids, get down there. Again, guys, thanks for coming out this afternoon. This evening's going to be fantastic. It's great to have you here. So the Chevy Camaro. Fando, Paul Anderson for the Easy Group. You got a solo here. Rattled the tyres pretty hard in qualifier 1. Couple of final adjustments on the wheelie bars here as they start to bring Endo in. Endo gets a bit of a wiggle as it goes down. Still goes 783. Shoots out early. 783, 243 for Endo that time. Front half of the track, the car's just not working how we know it should. Alright, so Steve Summer, uncharacteristic, some kind of little drama out there. The car looks like it can't get reverse. Dale Sonigan helping him this year. No joy for Steve Summer. Can't get it in reverse. You don't see that for Steve too often. So some little glitch there. Won't get a clean pass in there. He's done the right thing. He's done the sportsmanlike thing. He's driven the car down the track and we'll get off the track so we can get Dave Shea a nice clean pass in here. All right, Dave Shea brings the CPV tuning Mustang to the line. So the car drove pretty hard to the right on the last one. Didn't get a clean pass in. This is better. Let's see how quick he goes. 930 this time. 930, 245. So as if Jason Earl doesn't like a challenge enough, how about it's a 393 Cube. I'll spit it out in a minute. Cube Cleveland in a Datsun 1200 ute. Built the car himself at home. He built it to do burnouts and some drag racing. And tonight, today I should say, he decided I'm going to just throw some radials on it. Just throw another curveball at it. So 966 best time last night in the test session. So again at the hit of the throttle, wanted to turn the tyres and he had to give it a double pump. And a 10.32 that time. So we're back in the street bracket for round two of qualifying here. Third not too far away. Danny Acton having some dramas trying to get that Malouz power to the ground. Brian Blank gets there in 14.04 and a 13.73 for Acton that time. Junior Dragster and Rotary to the lanes, please. Street Rotary, I should say. Junior Dragster and Street Rotary to the lanes, please. For qualifier 3. Digger Smith. Got the family car out there this weekend, the Volkswagen. Sue Kieser over here in the club sport. She's on the brakes early. 13.39 there for Sue, 13.56 for the Volkswagen that time. So they both improved by a little bit. So here's Barbara Field. We like the shafter. The FC Holden wagon. So first time out in the car last night, and big improvement today. She went a 17 last night, then a couple of 15-second passes. She's already gone 13.71 on qualifier 1, so she's heading in the right direction. Errol Younger, the R&T pump-sponsored Tirana. Nice close race there, side by side. There she goes quicker again. 13.19. 13.19, 159 for Barbara. Good, doing a fantastic job. Errol Younger goes 13.32. Ronnie Shaw, and we got the club sport in the other lane. No details on this car. We'll see if we can get that sorted. HQ holding you. Ronnie Shaw pretty sharp on the tree again. Goes 07. That'll put him in the mix. 12.63 for the green ute and a 12.54 for the Commodore. We got Naomi Whitfield and Andrew McClellan. So the partners in crime. His and hers. Oh, no. Naomi went for the tree. Naomi went for the tree, missed the tree there, but she had to have a go. Chasing bragging rights. Andrew McClellan in the vacationer wagon. He goes 12.91, 168. Naomi goes 15.15 at 140 in the ute. All right, so we got a fairly quick turnaround time today. We got a couple of comp cars that we're going to sneak in here. So again, shout out to the Overtaking Lane boys here this weekend. They're putting a fantastic production together for the live stream. We're going to live stream on YouTube. So if you're watching on the live stream, thanks for tuning in. All right, the young fella Darcy Hock in the dragster, small block Chev powered. And we were to have Leslie Holsnagel beside him in the Tirana Ute, but I haven't seen Leslie yet. We got some car. Here he comes. Here he comes. He's coming around the lanes now. So we'll get Leslie up there in the water. We'll get him to a burnout. Darcy's just about ready to go. We're going to get Darcy underway. We'll get him on a solo pass here. He'll get there in 8.25, so another improvement for Darcy. He's doing a fantastic job. 8.25, 2.54 there for Darcy Hawk. So we're going to run the Tirana. Yep, Tirana, you heard it. All right, so we'll get the tree reset before we can get Leslie up there to the line. So there or thereabouts, a little bit slower than the first pass, but a 9.47 and 2.31 there for Les. All right, so the yellow HQ Monaro for Garth McIntyre. Now, the thing didn't spin the tyres there in the burner. It just hooked up and took off. So, should be all right. We'll see how we go. A lot of tyre under the back of the Monaro here. Couple of final checks from Felicity. A little dry hop from Garth McIntyre. A little bit of something from times gone by. $7.71 in the first qualifier. We watched the Monaro go straight down the middle for a 7.56. Shoots out a little bit late. He run out of braking area. No, he's got it. He's got it. It's all right. He's done it plenty of times. No problems at all. No, he's on the brakes. He's on the brakes right at the top end there, but he got around the corner. The shoots were out late. I'm not going to lie. All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of track prep. We're can see the tractor out there. Good opportunity to run over to one of our vendors. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Won't be long. We'll just do a little bit of track prep here. And for the first time this weekend, we hear Nitro Funny cars in the pits. They're starting their warm-up procedures. So from here I can see the King Kong car. Brandon Gosbell will be at the wheel of that car this weekend.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
This weekend. We were just about to walk over and have a look, but we got some of the cars starting up, going through their warm-up procedures. The Nitro Express, get that nitro in here. Beautiful. Good for sinuses. So good to have the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny car teams here this weekend. We got 5 cars on the property. Terminator, I love the car names. You've got to have car names. And I love the car names in the Aeroflow team. Come around, have a look behind us. You can see the funny cars if you're on the live stream. Thanks for tuning in. But once again, the cars going through their warm-up procedures. 3 times on track this afternoon. 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock and 8 p.m. And you don't want to miss one run. I can tell you, these boys are coming to swing. Just get a bit. How good is it? We might sneak over and see if we can get one of the boys while she's right here, while she's trying to do a runner. All right, so one of the cars we got here this weekend, this car right behind us, the Terminator, and we've got Justin Walsh back. Mate, good to have you back.
Mate, it's always good to be up in Mackay. The boys brought 2 cars up last year and match raced them, but I think it's been probably a good 5 or 6 years since we've had 4 or 5 Nitro cars here. So it should be exciting, you know. Come 4 o'clock, the first run's going to be a little bit probably, you know, touchy-feely, see how we go, get the cars to go down there, but come round 2 and round 3, you should see some good 5-second passes.
So, mate, for those that know you, of course, you stepped up to the big show car this year. What do you have to remember when you get back into this car? What's different about the 2 cars?
Oh, the biggest thing is you've got to change gear in one of these. The big show car, you just put your foot down, it just takes off like a rocket and just keeps pulling, but there's no gear changes. Where in these things, we do actually manually shift them into second gear, so that's the most important thing to remember.
A little bit of nostalgia here for you too. And the old car's over in the pit with Rod Scanlon.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the old up here. I went out and watched him on the start line before, and yeah, definitely miss that car.
Good stuff, mate. Well, thanks for being here. Have a fantastic day, and we're going to enjoy it. Good on you, mate. All right, another one on the go. The Bandit. So Josh Way at the wheel of the Bandit this weekend. We'll move over here. I can see the fuel. You can see the fuel in the air. Like a well-oiled machine. There we go. We'll get in line of sight here. All these teams going through their procedure. They'll do the warm-ups here. They'll go over. The tapper covers will probably come off. Have a quick look over the rockers, making sure everything's right there. Top up on the fuel, that sort of stuff, and we'll get ready. 4 o'clock, not too far away, but once again, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock, and we'll get out of the wind because it's causing havoc.
We always talked about. You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea.
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before, and that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
All right, third round of qualifying for junior dragsters. 12.09, 12.14. Good side-by-side pass by those two. I was a bit worried they were parked over behind him. There's still some nitro fuel in the air. I thought they might have gone too quick. All good. Street rotary to the lanes, please. Street rotary to the lanes. Tough street. I need you to start rolling shortly as well. So we talk about junior drags as age 8 between 8 and 17. I can tell you some of those Nitro Funny car races came from junior dragster ranks. This is where they started. Jane Narensky, she's out there in the full tilt transport lane. Nice clean pass for her. She's gone 791 best so far. That one's 807. 807, 127 kilometres an hour. Heidi, all good. Gets better with each pass. 925 for Heidi. So awesome to see so many of our young ladies here this weekend. 6 of them in junior drags, 6 out of 7. Clayton Gorman's our Lone Ranger for the boys. So Ruby Summer here. Dad down in front, telling Ruby, hold up. We'll wait for Ashley Pinkstone. Here comes Ashley in the full tilt transport lane on the tower side now. So one of the quicker junior drags is on the property is Ashley, 788. Slowed down a little bit for the last one, 794. They're looking for 800 was the magic number time-wise. But don't forget our top qualifiers based on reaction times here this weekend. So they're also looking for a good reaction time on the tree. Oh, how about these two girls? 060, 061, 1,000ths of a second between them. We've got Ashley Pinkstone out in front. She goes 806, so they made the right moves with the tune-up. 806, 129. Ruby Summer went 880. Shout out to our track crew once again. We did a little bit of track prep there in between. And as you can hear, the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny cars went through their startup procedures as they prepare for round 1, which is scheduled for 4 o'clock. One to go, that's Tegan Croker. She's gone as fast as 133 kilometres an hour this weekend. The fastest junior dragster on the property. Not the best reaction time we've seen from Tegan, but we're looking at the ET time in the Coal Rock lane now. Goes 7900. 7900, 133.75. So put some more speed on. 133.75, nearly 134 kilometres an hour for the little junior. Street Rotary coming around. Big shout out to all the Rotary class sponsors this weekend. The team at CQ Rotary did fantastic effort to get some rotary cars here on the property, but they did it together with some fantastic sponsors. One Industries, excellence in belt cleaning solutions, belt maintenance, belt scrapers, and dust suppression. They're a local business, and they put their money where their mouth is and help us out with the rotary classes this week. All Paint Solutions, sandblasting, painting of industrial equipment, and refurbishment of mining equipment. They're a local business as well. How good is it? Full Lock Auto, performance and fabrications. Another one of our local business. CQ Rotary, we mentioned them for all your Mazda rotary engine builds, turbocharging and tuning. And a big shout out to the CQ team with all the goodies for the kids as they've been coming up the return road. Paul Frank, Terry Smith. So Paul Frank in the RX-7. Starting to get the hang of this. Seems to be going quicker with each pass. There's a big improvement. 12.06, 182. Not too far off an 11-second pass for Paul. Terry Smith went 14.36. Again, if you're tuning in on the live stream with the Overtaking lane, big shout out to the boys and big shout out to you for tuning in. Great to have them here. Travis Mumford, Tonino Chisari. So the Monaro takes on the VU Ute here. Both LS powered. This one for the KDMR stable for Chisari. Gets along nicely. Both pretty good on the tree as well. 0.53 to a 0.73. Chisari, you go 10.79. And Mumford, 11.93. Guarantees for Car Wash Mackay. He brings his FG to the line. He's going to take on Cody Turner here in qualifier 3. So Cody, the slightly quicker of the two cars. 10.23 best in qualifying. Teasy had a shot at the tree. Cody's going for a pass. Sat there and waited for the boost to get to the optimal. So Coal Rock Lane where we look first as we see a 10.73 for Tees and a 10.17 for Cody Turner. Plenty of turbocharged Barra engines here this weekend. We got Ben Walker, we got Hayden Clark. So Hayden Clark in the sedan. Ben Walker in the Tornado Ute. So Hayden Clark, another one of those, ran into some issues last night. Managed to get the car fixed and back today. So I love the hustle. Moundside gets there first, 10.11 for Ben Walker. Hayden Clark went 10.62. That's his best pass of qualifying. To our lady races, Candice Brettle. Okay, some kind of issue with the Camaro this weekend. Seemed to bog down a little bit as it got about 100 feet out. 11.23 that time, and a 10.54 for Kylie O'Reilly in the little Mitsubishi Lancer 308 powered. Quick mention also Luke from Rogue Snapper Photography, and of course Dave from Dave Lovo Photography. The two boys are down here taking photos today. Get on their Facebook pages. That's where they update all the images on there. And hey, great memories from the weekend and all of our events here at Palmyra. Mark Peachy, Dino Gorman, Statesman's everywhere. So Gorman will get there first. He goes 11.18 at 192 and 11.64 for Mark Peachy. So good consistency from both the races. Watch out for them in racing. Don't be surprised if they're up near the front. Shout out to Jamie Lee for her birthday on Thursday too. Happy birthday, Jamie. Luke Faulkner, Brett Allgood. You've got a few extra dollars in the bank, go and see Brett Allgood. That beautiful Premier's for sale. He was close on the tree there, 002 on the red side. 0.02 of a second too quick at the start line. 11.70 the time for him. Looks like he got out of the pedal about mid-track. Luke Faulkner, 11.44. But yeah, Allgood got out of the pedal about half-track and got back into it. So again, this is Tough Street Pro Turbo up shortly. So Pro Turbo to the lanes. If you're not already, please Pro Turbo to the lanes. Comp get ready. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Comp get ready. Supercharged V6 for Bowen Engine Centres, Brad Gilroy. That's the white Commodore. He goes 10.64. Good consistency again. Martin Atkinson, 10.41 in that Skyline. Once again, gives that little puff of smoke as it goes halfway through the braking area, and that's it. Just a puff, and that's it. Clears up, no problems at all. Couple of great looking cars wouldn't be out of a place at a car show. Andrew Samet in the Chevy pickup. Chris Kepper, the Mercury Cougar Eliminator. 408 cubes of Ford. Got plenty. He's gone a best of 11.25 in qualifying. Samet, 10.67. $10.65, backs up a 67 earlier from Samet. Kepper went 11.59. Looks like it turned the tyres a little bit on the hit. Dave Rickards for Energy Smart. Brett Kelly up from Gladstone in the Ford hardtop. So 10.34. In round one's his best lap of qualifying. There's a 10.40 and 11.43 is the best lap for Dave Rickards. So both of them turned in a good pass in round three of qualifying. Still making their way through Tough Street. H&R Block Mackay, once again our sponsor for Tough Street this weekend. Big shout out to Brad and the team. For all your bookkeeping, taxation and small business needs, they're at 54 Gregory Street in Mackay here. Haley Scott in the Skyline. Another 10-second pass added to the book. So how about a 10.93 this time? 2.07. Marcus Benyon, 12.34. Bob Connolly in the chicken. The one-tonner. Mark Barraclough with the Mustang. Connolly shows his wares on the start line, gets away a little bit quicker than Barraclough, but he gets the top end speed now. The Mustang starting to use all that power, goes 10.15 at 225. And Bob went 10.62. He's improving as well. Where's Lukey Hutchinson? He'll be watching his engine doing its thing too. Team Borg, Andrew Borg. Only one racing this weekend. Usually you can see anything up to 37 Borgs racing on a weekend. Sean Deegan over here in the other line. A little bit of a turn the tyres on the start line's going to hurt the time. No problems for the Fairmont. It goes 10.96, 11.75 for Sean Deegan. We got Cody Hargraves, the VK Commodore. Solid 10-second passes out of this car today. Gary Brett. Oh, Cody Hargraves goes 000 on the tree. Perfect reaction time. Nobody's going to beat him in Tough Street. Nobody's going to beat him. Perfect reaction time. 000 goes 10.29. The top that off. Gary Brett goes 10.54. 026, not a bad light for Gary Brett, but Cody Hargraves 000. All the zeros. That's as good as it gets. Donuts. These donuts are good. Big shout out to all their vendors. Thanks for being out here this weekend. Guys, go and support them. Keep yourself fed, watered. I was going to say drunk. No, not drunk. It's Aaron Mackey out there in the Holden Ute. 12.01. That's his best pass of the day. So don't forget, best reaction time over the 3 rounds of qualifying. That's how we'll select our top qualifier. We will have top qualifier presentation between qualifying and racing. Tony Wilson, Dale Caruana. Some American iron out here in front of us. We've got the Pontiac Trans Am. Actually, 2 Pontiacs. We've got the Pontiac Grand Le Mans. So the yellow car, it's a quick car. Got a big block. Gets along nicely. So Dale Caruana recorded 11.32 that time, but we didn't get a time in the other lane, so we're not sure what's happened there. It gets timed out. All right, so we got plenty more action coming with us very shortly. But quick shout out to our class sponsors for the weekend. Electric Machinery Sales looking after comp bracket this weekend with Tough Street. We've got H&R Block in Mackay there. Tut Bryant Mackay. They're a construction equipment supplier providing equipment, sales and hire, parts and services, cranes, heavy lifting and specialised transport and engineering solutions. They've looked after us here at Palmyra for this event and many others with generators and equipment needed to complete the upgrades. So that's the street bracket. Junior Dragster, Aeroflow and the Nitro Funny car crew looking after our Junior Dragster bracket this weekend. So big shout out to those guys. Pro Turbo, of course, CQ Rotary and All Paint Solutions. And Street Rotary brought to us by One Industries and Full Lock Auto. Support those that support us, guys. Special shout out to Mackay Regional Council. They're always very supportive of what we do out here at Palmyra. And they always jump on board big time for this one event for the year. So massive shout out and thank you to the Mackay Regional Council. All right, bit of a bonus here this weekend. We got this guy doing a little bit of testing. The young fella, Lockie Patton. The supercharged Hemi-powered dragster. Talk about hustle. This team had a quick look at the engine last weekend. Found a little bit of metal, pulled the sump off. Realised they had an issue with the crank. Didn't get a crank till Wednesday. Had that turned around. Started putting the engine back together Thursday. Had it running yesterday. They're here today. Love the hustle. So this car has gone as quick as 585 at 242 miles per hour over the quarter mile. Did that at the recent Winter Nationals at Willowbank. He'd love to put a good pass down here at his local track in Mackay. His brother Damon out the front has got a funny car himself, but helping the bro this weekend. Oh, got out there, rattled the tyres. You can hear a quick flap on the throttle. He shuts it off just past 660. Still goes, we had it on, what's happened there? 513. 1,000 foot, we had it on 1,000 foot, that's why. 513, 283 to 1,000 foot. He was doing 389 at nearly 300 kilometres an hour at a half track. And that's with the pedal. You can see the tyres rattle out there. Went 988 to the 60 foot. So they'll be reasonably happy with that. So Lockie's pulled that car up right on the corner, so we're just going to have to clear that before we get the racing underway any further. We've got Jason Scott down there. Smithy got it done. So Smithy, our fireman, he, look, without being rude, he's not 21 anymore. But he managed to get Lockie around the corner. All right, turbocharged barrow, the world. Jason Scott. All right, we're just going to hold them up for a sec. We've just got a bit of a message that we might have a belt out there on the track, supercharger belt. So we're going to have a quick look at the track, see if we can retrieve that. Oh. All right, so that supercharger belt has been located, we are good to go. Jason Scott, the EL Falcon for Scott Speed. And Christian in the FG Falcon. And his notes on here, it's just another barra. Both the boys, no joy there. You could see Jason Scott kept the boot into it a little bit longer, and it got a little bit out. But he managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. 11.80. Not what he was looking for. Pro Turbo class here in front of us. Comp to the lanes, please. Comp to the lanes if you're not already. Pro Turbo in front of us. This pairing here in Pro Turbo Qualifier 3, we got Aaron Strong, the RX-7. It's a 20B, so it's a triple rotor. 3 rotors in this one. Turbocharger hanging off the side of it. We got the little Suzuki with the 4-cylinder Mitsubishi engine with a turbocharger. Pro Turbo. Brought to you by CQ Rotary and All Paint Solutions. Sash got a little bit loose there, about 330 foot. Did the right thing, got out of the pedal. And an 848, there's another improvement for the Strong team. Well done. 848, 239 for the RX-7. So they're just chipping away at it. That's 3 solid passes for the weekend with 2 last night. Another one right there, 848 for Aaron Strong. Adrian Sash, we'll have to wait for another one. So the Skyline RB30 6-cylinder turbocharged. Craig Chapman. Barra Ford 6-cylinder turbocharged. Time-wise, been very close actually. 875 for Craig Chapman. Darren Garrick went 860s last night. A little bit of a rattle out there for Chapman. Something actually came off the car. Doesn't seem to be affecting the performance. 877 and an 888. All the 8s for Darren Garrick. And that car might have got a little bit taily in the top end when the chute come out as well. Good side-by-side pass. 250 kilometres an hour for Darren. Craig in the Falcon went 251. All right, so a little bit of something. We've retrieved that. We're just about ready to go. Can see Rob Caddy out the back here and Josh Moore. We've got 2 Josh Moores here this weekend, haven't we? Rob Caddy for CQ Rotary, the RX2. Bought 2 cars here this weekend. Bought the RX2 for this bracket. Bought the R100 for Street Rotary and went, nah, it's too hard, 2 cars. We've only got so much time. So just going to run the RX2, see if we can put some passes in here. Josh Moore, Performance Parts Plus, Barry and the team up there. This is the young fella, young Josh, doing a good job. Get away together. This is a good one. Rob Caddy out in front. He'll get there first. He goes 8.44. He'll be reasonably happy with that. 8.44 for him. 8.79 for the Ute. 8.79 for the performance parts used for Josh Moore. Ron Howe's going to round us out here. Comp to the lanes. Well, actually, comp up next. Comp up next. So if you're not there, we need you there in a hurry. Comp up next. And I'll call Street to the lanes for qualifier 3. And Ron Howarth must have walked under a ladder or something. This car's just not playing the game. So 35.57, definitely not what Ron Howarth was chasing, that Barra-powered XP Falcon Coupe. Some electrical issues have been plaguing the team for a couple of meetings now, and every now and then it'll put in a half-decent run, and it'll look like they got it sorted, and then it'll do that. All right, Josh Moore. The other Josh Moore. This is the Josh Moore from Roma. He's in the front engine dragster. So if you haven't seen a front engine dragster before, I can tell you, it's very interesting if you look in the cockpit. So you can see Josh is pretty much over the wheels there. You actually lay your legs on the diff housing. Your legs lay on the diff housing, and for blokes, I can, you know, where the rest of it is right there, right in your lap. So Josh Moore, he's even spotted, look how good he is, he's even spotted stuff out on the track. So the front engine dragster from Roma will take on Leslie Holsnagle. He's got a unique car in himself. That's a Tirana chopped into a ute. It's well done. 355 cubes of small block for the Tirana. 331 cubes for Josh Moore. Oh, a little bit of gas. I didn't realise that. bit of nitrous on the Tirana. Josh Moore out in front, another 8-second pass will come up on the boards. That one's an 8.94. And a 9.92 for Les. He's off the pace on what he ran earlier. Oh, that's better from Garth McIntyre, but then Bob Baker comes out. This thing blazes. I'd love to see his tyre bill. I wonder how many meets he gets, or how many. It's probably more, how many more passes. How many passes more than meets he gets out of a set of rear tyres, Bob Baker. $632 cubes of big block Chev in the HQ Ute. Garth McIntyre, 481 cubes of supercharged Hemi engine. Both get out together. McIntyre went over towards the centre line a little bit, then steered it back into the middle, goes 7.62. Again, shoots out late for Garth. 8.75 there for Bob Baker. And they both get around the corner nice and cleanly. Nice big strong burnout for Rod Scanlon. So we took to Justin Walsh. Of course, he's in the Terminator Funny Car. Funny Cars will be out at 4 o'clock, but this is one of his old cars from back in the day. They run in the competition bracket. A couple of 7.0 passes for Rod Scanlon. Can we see a 6-second pass here? No reason why we shouldn't, I would think. The boys and the team will be sneaking up on it. 7.08 in qualifier 1. 7.01 in qualifier 2. Brad Price. A little bit concerned on the last one. He pulled up short in the braking area, but it looks like he is good to go. Back out there again. And of course, Brad from H&R Block here in Mackay helping out with sponsorship this weekend for Tough Street. Unique opportunity for some of these guys to run cars from other brackets. 7.08. Well, it's consistent. 7.08, 301 kilometres an hour for Rod Scanlon. Brad Price went 9.93 in the supercharged Mustang. The supercharged whistle of a car whistle. This is the WB Ute. Mick Barrett had one instruction last night when he come out, and that was like, don't get too much into it in the burnout. And I think he finished about 330 foot last night in the burnout. One job. Simone Wheeler, she's doing a fantastic job. Turbocharged LS in the VX Commodore. The CQ Rotary guys have got the kids rounded up again on the mound, making them work for it. So Mick Barrow went 878 last night in the fresh combination here. Ran nitrous for many years in this car. They've gone to a supercharged combination. Again, turn the tyres hard here. Got a nice little wheel stand button. Pop those fronts up nicely. Simone Wheeler out in front. Look at the boards for Simone. 925. So another low 9-second pass. 925, 242 and a 944 for Mick Barrett. Good recovery. 246 kilometres an hour. Uncle Terry's Childcare Services looking after the kids on the hill again. So attention to the pits races. If you cannot make round one of racing, let us know, please, so we can remove you from the qualifying sheets and effectively the seating sheet. But let us know. Find an official, find someone, let us know if you can't make round one of racing for whatever reason, so we can remove you from the qualifying list and the racing seating sheets. Dean Zammit, Stephen Summer. Pontiac Firebird. Oh, the chute popped out for Summer. Obviously, that's going to affect. He's going to drag it the whole way. It was enough to knock a block out at half track. Summer's going to wonder what's going on. 975, but we got a block to clean up. That's a shame. Dean Zammit, but went 002 on the tree. 002, so he's 0.02 of a second off perfect on the reaction time. He'll be hard to beat. We'll have to look at the numbers, but if somebody went better than that, good luck to him.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
something. Just after 330 foot, nearly to 1,000 foot. 763, 265, 918 for Dave Shee. Good improvement for him. But Anderson was just turning the tyres out there once that thing started to make some real power. Jason Earl back in the little 1200 ute and has put the slicks back on. By the looks of it. Got the other wheels back on anyway. So had a couple of shots with a different tyre just for a bit of a try. Had a bit of a fiddle with that. Didn't work out. Going to come back to this. See and put one down the track here. Car went as quick as 966 PB yesterday. Or last night, I should say. Joy Acton for TMS Performance in Townsville. So Jason went a little bit right of the groove out there. Still goes 992. That's back where he wants to be. 992. 977 in the other lane for Joy Acton. That's his best passer qualifying by a couple of tenths. Okay, no info coming up for these races. I can tell you that's Errol Younger in the Tirana on the far lane. Both go 07 tree. 07 with a 7 for Errol Younger, 07-8 for the Commodore in the other lane. $13.44 and a $13.33. So straight in front of us is our street bracket brought to us this weekend by Tut Bryan in Mackay, construction equipment supplier. Ronnie Shaw, the HQ ute. Daniel Digger Smith in the Volkswagen wagon. The wagon. So Ronnie Shaw, mid-12s out of the car so far this weekend. That's another one. He goes 12.59. That's his best. And a 14.27. Digger missed the run a little bit there. We saw he can go mid-13s earlier. It's a little Toyota with the V8. Toyota V8 engine, 4 litre, quad cam. Brian Blank, and we got Sue Kesser over here in the Club Sport. Sue buried the pedal on that one and turned the tyres for about the first 60 foot. And then she was like, it's not going to hook up, and had to get out of it and get back into it. 13.93 for Brian Blank. He had a shot at the tree, didn't have any joy there, was on the wrong side in the red zone. To our lady races, we got Naomi Whitfield in the Commodore Ute. We got Barbara Field in the FC Holden wagon. Oh, Barbara went 000 light. Perfect reaction time for Barbara. First passes down the track last night and goes 000 light on her second day of drag racing. 14.01, 152. Perfect reaction time. That's enough. That'll do me. Naomi Whitfield, 15.21 in the ute. Danny Acton again trying to get the power to ground. That very tough Maloo ute. Andrew McClellan over here for Drop Bear Motorsport. In the wagon, he goes 12.71. All right, all races, just an announcement of races. If you cannot make first round, need to let us know, please, so we can remove you from the qualifying and / seeding sheet for racing. So if you can't make it for whatever reason, let us know so we can remove you from the sheets. Guys, that's it. That's round 3 of qualifying done. Fantastic qualifying sessions. We got through them nice and cleanly. Everything's A-OK. We're going to have a little break. Take this opportunity to go and grab yourself something to eat, something to drink from our vendors. Get over to the pits and have a look, especially over to the Nitro Funny car area here. The guys have done us a favour and spun all the cars around so you can have a good look at them. They got some fantastic racer cards over there with the picture of the car, drivers' names on them, so make sure you grab yourself one of those. And hopefully we might even have a few drivers over there who could probably help you out with an autograph on those racer cards. But here's your opportunity to have a break. Get over there, have a look around the pits. We want you to enjoy everything that there is here this weekend, and we'll give you an idea when we're back on for racing.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know, the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember, you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea.
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
Here we are, we're at Palmyra Dragway. We're here for the racing. We're here to live stream some action this weekend. The guys have got us up here. What a drive. We've come up and look at this weather. It's absolutely perfect. The track's just about ready to go. We've got the gear ready to go up in the streaming. We've got 4 camera angles ready to shoot it out for you guys. And I don't know, Tyler, what's going on? What do you reckon, mate? Over to you.
Well, Dad, I'm here for this. How good's this? The Outlaw Nitro Funny cars out here at Palmyra Dragway. We're a bit far from home. We've seen them out at Willowbank a few times growing up, but how good's this? Now I get to finally get down and be amongst the action down there on the start line. It's very exciting and a pretty cool experience. But before we get into the action, guys, make sure you head down below, hit like, hit subscribe if you like what you see. Drop us a comment as well. Tell us what your favourite car was. Was it one of the Nitro Funny cars? Was it an altered, or was it just one of the street cars? Let's crack straight into the action.
Power your future with online TAFE courses at CQU. Power your
Hey guys, I'm here with Brandon, driver of King Kong. Mate, we've just been having a chat, and I'm like, we've got to have a chat on camera because it's just amazing learning some of what you go through in driving a car like this. So, and also tell us your experience in cars. You started in junior dragsters?
Yeah, mate. So I started in juniors when I was 8 years old. Did a full career in those up until I was 16, and then actually made the switch to two wheels for a while.
And then you've gone. You're still racing bikes, but that's your hobby.
Yep.
But then you've jumped in one of these straight. This is your second race car, basically.
Yeah, correct. So basically, the first race car I ever drove was a Nitro Funny car. So you could say it was a bit of an interesting step.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That is insane. Now, the time that it takes. Let's just sort of go back through a few things that we just spoke about. Just the reaction times and how all that works, and controlling a car like this.
Yeah. Well, basically, the big thing is the car's accelerating so fast, it's quite easy to get behind the car. So the first couple of times you drive them, you almost don't realise how far down the track you are before you're actually there. So it takes a while for your brain to catch up.
Yeah.
But basically, like I explained, the only way you can drive them is if you can think about what it's doing, it's too late. You've got to drive them basically off instinct.
Sort of
You know, if the
feel
car
and
makes a
instinct.
move, you've already got to be correcting it before you've even thought about where it's at on the track. You know, otherwise it's too late.
Yeah. So a lot of that does come down to experience and time in the seat and all the rest of it. Now, obviously, they're quick. This car is actually the quickest currently?
Yeah, it's the quickest currently in the series. Down in Sydney not long ago, we ran into the 530s at over 270 mile an hour. So yeah, it's pretty stout.
Yeah. And now, how much power are we using to get that far down?
Yeah, look, it's a bit of an estimate. We've just got to do it based off math and stuff because you can't really dyno a nitro engine. No. You know, I mean, you could try, but it's not going to end well.
It's going to blow everything up.
But you know, it's somewhere in the vicinity of 4,000 to 5,000 horsepower.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
That is just insane. It's hard to actually compute. And then, obviously, there's a big cost in running a car like this. You've got a big team. You guys travel around. There must be a lot that goes into it.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's 6 full-time guys in the shop that take care of these cars.
Wow.
Most of the work's done behind the scenes. You know, we spend hours and hours every day in the shop getting these cars ready to go. And obviously, it's a massive commitment and undertaking, and we couldn't do it without Aeroflow and Rocket Industries, you know, supporting us.
Yep.
So that we can get out here to every race and make these things happen and put on a show.
Yeah, because you've got to turn up with everything like ready to go, and then some certain events you'll have spare motors and all the different bits and pieces just ready to keep going throughout the day.
Correct. You know, at a normal event, you know, we'll turn up with 7 to 8 Nitro Funny cars, and we've got to carry all the spares in the trailer to maintain those things and put on 3 reliable laps to put on a show. So it's a huge commitment and undertaking just to get the maintenance done, to make sure we come out here and they go A to B and, you know, don't oil down, don't put the rods out, and, you know, put on some good laps.
Now, so this year, how's the racing been? You've been to a few different places. You went up Springmount?
Yeah, we raced at Springmount last month. It went really good, huge crowd, great turnout. You know, the racing was exciting. It was they hadn't had sort of us up there in a little while, and so it made for some good racing. There was some pedal fests and the track was a bit loose, and it was a real driver's race. So yeah, it was good to watch.
And you haven't been out on the track yet today here at Palmyra, but what do you think? You've been here. I know you've been walking the track and having a look. What's your initial thoughts of Palmyra?
Man, I'm telling you, last time I was here 10 years ago in a junior dragster, and I'm seriously impressed. Like, that start line is no joke. I'm expecting these cars to be pretty fast down through there. So, yeah, especially a little bit later on when it cools down, I think these things are going to honk.
Yeah, that is insane. So it is great. The track's great. The pits are great. Everything. I know everyone's excited in the town to see you guys out here and running. So, mate, you have a great day out there, and thanks for having a chat to us here at Overtaking Lane.
Thanks, boys. Well, we'll see you soon.
All right, guys, we're here with Josh, now drives the Bandit. Now, we've actually just had a talk to Brandon. He said you guys came up through junior dragsters and you're racing. He said he's always been the fastest. Is that right? He said he's beat you ever since junior dragsters?
No, he's been the fastest, but I've been the quickest. So, you know, first the other line wins.
You know, I was only just staring you for him. But
yeah, first the other end wins. So if you're the quickest, that's what matters, not if you're the fastest. So.
No, but you, I think you guys are 1 for 1, actually.
Yeah, we are. So we raced in New Zealand, got him there, and then we raced in Darwin in the final, and come up short. So unfortunately, a part failure ended our day there. But
so this could be the decider.
This
today.
Could be the decider. Yep. That'll be pretty exciting if it is. So
this will be for you guys. This is the last run for you guys for the season, for the year.
Yeah,
basically.
for this calendar year it is.
Yeah.
So
and then things change a little bit next year?
Yeah, so things change. I mean, we'll be doing a bit of a balancing act between the Top Fuel Funny cars and then these cars. So pretty exciting times ahead for the Top Fuel Funny cars, you know, getting into the 400 Thunder Series. So excited for that too. But look, we're out here at Palmyra Dragway and ready to rip it and burn it and go have some fun.
You've also been out and had a look at the track, and what do
Yeah,
you think? What do you think?
So
of
it's pretty
turning up
tacky.
here?
Yeah, no, the traction's definitely got some bite to it, and so we're pretty happy as far as that's concerned.
Yep.
You know, just we'll take it out to 1,000 foot, and should be some fast times today.
And how does it handle the heat? Like, obviously we're a bit warmer today, we're kicking off. You obviously will be a little bit later before you guys start.
Yep.
You want that track temp to come down a bit?
Yeah, look, you want a nice track temp, not too hot, but also not too cold. Somewhere in the middle is nice for some good, you know, fast times. So, look, I don't see any problems with going fast today.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, obviously, we know Aeroflow are on board. They help you guys to be able to run these cars and do an amazing job of that. Do you know how much fuel this does? How much fuel will you go through in a run?
Look, in a run, we'll probably go through about 40 litres of nitro, and that's from when we start it to crossing the finish line and, you know, shutting the car off. So, yeah, 40 litres per run. That's a fair bit of nitro methane. And
considering that's seconds.
Yeah, yeah, that gets me 5.5 seconds over a quarter. Normally, like 5 seconds over the 1,000 foot. So, you know, it's not the most, you know, economical car, but it definitely gets you there in a hurry.
Now, we talked to Brendan, and he said he actually, basically for his racing career, a bit of time on bikes, but he came from junior dragsters and then straight into this. Is this the same sort of thing for you? How did you evolve into this car?
Look, I did progress from junior dragsters and then super street, super sedan, modified dragsters and altereds, and then before I hopped into this, you know, I was part of the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car series with the Sheriff wheel stander, and then also drove a 6-second, you know, supercharged Outlaws front engine dragster. So yeah, look, I've had a bit of time in the seat for full, like, you know, all 4 wheels on the ground, and 2 in the air. But yeah, not bikes.
The wheel stand cars as well, so you spent time doing that.
Yep, in the Nitro Sheriff. So that was a lot of fun.
That's even an experience?
It is an experience, and totally different to just normal drag racing. You know, you see the green light and go, plant your foot. No, that doesn't work in a wheel stander. So you've just got to balance the throttle and just keep it up on 2 wheels, and instead of steering with the steering wheel, you're steering with a handbrake. So a bit different.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Mate, that is amazing. Well, we want to see you get out there, have a lot of fun today, do some fast passes, and good luck, and see if you can get one up on him.
Yeah, no, we'll see. Look, we've got 3 rounds anyway, 4, 6 and 8, so we've got plenty of time to open a can of kick, you know, I won't say it, but kick
No,
butt.
you can say it.
Okay, well, there'll be plenty of smack talk going around, that's for sure. So,
thanks, Josh. Great. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Everyone, if this is your first time tuning in, my name is Pat, I work for Aeroflow Performance, and today we're going to do TurboTech 101. So I'm going to tell you what a turbocharger is, what it does, how it works, and a few key bits of information that are important to choosing and sizing your turbocharger for your application. So basically, we're going to start with the very basics. What is a turbocharger? What does it do? How does it work? And I guess why would you want one? Everyone should have one though, by the way. So a turbocharger is effectively an air pump and a compressor. So it's driven by exhaust gas. How does it work? So there's 3 elements that you would sort of break down a turbocharger in to describe the components and what they do. So you have the compressor housing, which houses the compressor wheel. Then you have the core, which has the bearing core, so the support, the shaft that connects the front and the rear. oil passages and water passages. And then you have the turbine, which is the back end or the rear of the turbo, which has the turbine wheel inside of it. What does each one do? So very simply, the turbocharger mounts on the exhaust manifold or on the exhaust side of a combustion engine. Exhaust gas goes into the rear or the turbine housing, and that spins the turbine wheel. That turbine wheel is connected to the compressor wheel, which is on the front. So as that turbine wheel spins from the exhaust pressure, the compressor wheel spins. Cold air flows into the compressor wheel, and as it spins, it also creates a vacuum, so it assists in drawing cold air into the compressor wheel, and then it compresses that air down into a smaller, more dense pocket of air, effectively. So it's condensing that air and compressing it, hence the term compressor wheel. As that air compresses through this part of the compressor housing, that creates a denser charge air, and as it gets denser, so when anything gets denser and compressed, it becomes hotter. So that exits the compressor outlet, and then it will go through usually a heat exchanger, so either a water to air or an air to air intercooler, which might be a term that you're familiar with, and that cools that charge air down. So after the cool air coming in, it gets compressed, it gets hot, so as it comes out of here, it's starting to expand again. It goes through the intercooler, and that condenses it back down, so it cools that charge air. And then once it's gone through the intercooler, it goes into the throttle body or the intake manifold of the engine to then be ingested or forced into the engine. So when this happens, you're effectively introducing more than just the atmosphere worth of air. So it's becoming forced induction. The more air that you can cram into an engine, the more fuel you can add. The more air and fuel means a bigger bang, more combustion, more power. It can also result in more torque. It can result in a much wider torque band or a much higher power band. So as opposed to the engine just using vacuum and taking what air is available to it at 1 atmosphere, the turbocharger can increase that charge air to 1, 2, 3, 4, who knows how much, depending on the application, how much more atmospheres worth of pressure, so much denser air charge into your engine. You meet that with the appropriate amount of fuel and you get the big bang, which drives the engine faster and then transfers that power to the wheels, and you get more power effectively. So once that combustion process has happened, you're then left with exhaust gas. And when you're talking boosted applications, there's more exhaust gas, which will then again continue to drive the turbocharger. So the more exhaust gas you produce more drive pressure, which is going to speed up that turbine wheel. So the turbine wheel speeds up, it's linked to the front, the compressor wheel speeds up. So then it's going to compress and compress and compress, and it's going to create more and more boost. So how do you manage this amount of boost? Because everyone knows if you throw too much boost at your engine, you're going to end up with crank inspection holes or windows in the side of the engine. They're not designed to carry too much. So how do we manage that? Well, all of that exhaust gas is trying to go through the turbine housing, through the turbine wheel, and out through the exhaust pipe. If we continue to rev the engine to higher and higher RPM range, that exhaust pressure is going to drive this turbo to a point where it's just too much pressure, and we need to bypass that somehow. Now, that's generally done by the wastegate in this situation. We're talking either an external wastegate, which would be applied to this turbocharger that we have here, or in some cases, the turbocharger has an internal wastegate, which is a little bypass within the housing. So the wastegate is effectively taking all of that excess drive pressure that we don't need, and it's bypassing it generally back into the exhaust further down the stream or out to atmosphere. And that's how we control the boost level. So effectively, cold air goes in, compresses, comes out, goes into your engine, creates a larger combustion event, comes back out. drives the turbo to continue it. We bypass what we don't need to meter the amount of boost or control the boost. And then you've got this huge torque band, you've got this extra top end surge, and effectively a more efficient engine because you're utilising spent energy. So the exhaust gas that's coming out of the engine, you're reusing that to create more efficient combustion and more efficient power production. Okay, so now that we know the basics of how a turbocharger system works and what it does and how it all functions, we're going to go into the two most common designs of the bearing core. I touched on that really briefly. In the centre of the turbo, there basically needs to be some bearings, some oil passages or some water passages to keep the centre section cool, because you've got that common shaft, as you can see here. That common shaft is connecting the compressor wheel and the turbine wheel. So all of the heat and the load is going through here. These things can spin at upwards of 100,000 RPM. So there's a lot of load and a lot of heat being generated within that section. Now, traditionally, the bearing cores were a journal bearing or a plain bearing, also known as a bush bearing. There's a few different names for them. We refer to them as journal bearing, basically. And you can see that design here. So as you can see, there is a thrust plate, there is your main bearing carriers, circlips to hold them in place, and then you've got those bearing carriers both on the front and the rear for the compressor and the turbine housing to stabilise the shaft. And then obviously oil seals. And this is all cooled by engine oil. So you have a feed from the engine that runs into the top of the turbo core, and then it's distributed down through the bearing plate and the thrust plate, and using the pressure, the oil pressure, it actually floats these bearings. So that's what keeps the components off each other. It not only lubricates that section, but it also cools that section, which is why on a journal bearing core, you'll generally find that the feed is larger than a ball bearing one. And you also need to make sure that the drain is quite free flowing. So the oil is effectively doing everything to keep this turbo alive. It's lubricating it and it's effectively cooling it at the same time. Now, it's reliable, it's simple, it's been used forever, and with more modern advancements with a 360-degree bearing race in the journal bearing, they're much more efficient, and again, the performance is much better than previous. Some of the early ones were 270 degrees, so they didn't actually meet all the way around on this thrust plate. So the journal bearing, again, it's reliable. It's usually found in larger applications, just because the physical size of the bearings is able to cater for that large amount of thrust, the large amount of load when you've got large wheels on it. So 100 mil, 106 mil turbine or compressor wheel. You'll usually find them to be a journal bearing or something that's going to run at a lower RPM. So journal bearing is very consistent, and if your turbocharger is running at a lower RPM or a lower boost level, the heat is generally lower, and then that journal bearing will go on forever. So diesel machinery, plant, generators, if they're turbocharged, they're usually a journal bearing application because they'll just go forever. They'll chug away, very minimal maintenance, and it's nice and easy to service too if you ever need to. And so moving on to the other type of core, we've got the ball bearing core. So variations here, obviously you can see it's a little bit more complex compared to the journal bearing. Now, the reason for the ball bearing design is basically for reduced resistance. They generally respond faster because of that resistance, the reduced resistance. And as a result, a higher boost level is generally achievable because there is, again, less rolling resistance. So you can see here we've blown one apart effectively. This is the core itself that we've chopped in half. This bearing carrier sits in the centre here. And then we have these ceramic roller bearings that basically sit at the front and the back. There's obviously some retaining plates and seals and whatnot. Now, as opposed to riding on the journal style bearing carriers, this is what the turbine shaft or the turbo shaft will sit on, and it'll basically spin within this ceramic ball bearing race, which again, it will spool up quicker. So you've got more response generally out of a ball bearing application, and also potentially higher boost levels. So it will deal with a higher boost level while still remaining cool. Things to remember with a ball bearing design is that the oil doesn't do everything in this case. So it still needs to be fed by engine oil, which will run through a restrictor, or you can see this one here in this core. So basically, because you only need a very small amount of oil to lubricate these bearing races, it's not doing the cooling. You need to restrict the amount of oil flow generally, or specifically speaking about the boosted range, we recommend no more than 40 to 45 psi worth of oil pressure through the bearing core. Because it's a very small amount of oil that's flowing through there, it also needs to escape at the same time. If the oil gets stuck in here because it can't drain, or there's too much oil pressure, it will cause smoking issues because there's too much pressure building up inside of the core. Now, what's going to cool this bearing core? If it's not oil, it is water. So again, the coolant or the water from your engine is basically going to need to be plumbed through the side of the ball bearing core, and that's going to flow around these passages in here and these channels and take the excess heat out of that core. This is especially important when the engine stops and the turbocharger stops. There's an excessive amount of heat that's retained within these cores. The water flowing through here and the siphoning effect that happens once you've turned the engine off will actually draw that heat out of the core, and it keeps the turbo basically more reliable and more consistent. So being water cooled, you'll generally find a ball bearing turbocharger in an endurance application because they have that water flowing through them constantly and the temperature is kept much more consistent. As a result, because it's so important to have the water cooling on there, you must run, if you have a boosted turbocharger that is water cooled, it must be plumbed. If you don't run it, or if you decide not to run the water cooling and there is a potential issue, the warranty will be void. So it is very important to run that water cooling and you'll have a better result. It's not just, oh, I'm not going to plumb that because it doesn't make a difference and I couldn't be bothered spending extra money on the hoses or the fittings. It does actually make that turbo run better because the core stays cool, it stays where it's supposed to be. The oil doesn't get burnt off while it's in the core as well because the overall temperature is lower. So all of those things are really important. Okay, so now we've covered the types of bearing core that you'll find in the boosted range. We're going to drill down on a couple of the features that we've touched on briefly. A couple of really important factors that you have to consider when you're setting up your turbocharger. So we'll start with the journal bearing. As you can see here, we have, this is basically the bearing plate, and you can see these little slots all around here, and this channel all the way around here. It's basically, that's the 360-degree design in our journal bearings. Feeding that oil, this is the bit that we're going to talk about, which is what's the oil feed, what does it do, and why is it important? So we touched on it before. 360-degree journal plate or journal bearing means that it's going to distribute the oil all around the bearing more evenly, which is going to not only lubricate but also cool the journal bearing. It's important to note that because that is supplying a larger area, you do want volume of oil. So there is no water to cool this bearing down. So you want, as a minimum, a -6, so an AN-6 oil feed line to provide the volume of oil required to service this bearing, keep basically the oil flowing and keep the temperature down, as well as lubricating that bearing race. So it's very important that oil feed is a -6 on a journal bearing, so that you can keep everything cool, keep everything lubricated, and there's enough volume of oil. But that's quite different when it comes to a ball bearing core. So when we run back over to the ball bearing core, if I roll this around here, this is the little carrier that holds the two bearings inside. As you can see on the top here, which we'll get a close-up point of view, these small holes that are in the, I'll just hold that. These small holes that are in the top, these are the feeds for the bearing. So you can see how small they are. So if you start jamming 100 psi worth of oil pressure and a giant volume of oil, it's basically going to back up, or it's going to find its way through there, and then it's going to basically pull up and get stuck within this bearing race. And then it's not going to work effectively, because the more time the oil is exposed to the heat, the more it's going to get burnt, it's going to get very hot, it's going to create carbon, and then you're going to damage the bearing. So that bearing is basically going to fail. It's also going to make its way through and find the circlip, which is effectively running here. You can see this is an old one that we've put through a torture test. There's a piston ring that sits on here. So it's very important that the oil flows appropriately through the core, because once that gets jammed up with carbon, burnt oil, debris, anything like that, just like a piston ring inside an engine, if it stops moving and it stops being able to expand and close up that seal, it will leak. So that's why oil feed is very important. And again, as we touched on before with the ball bearing, it's only a very small volume of oil, which is why we run the restrictor. So you can see the restricted component of this fitting in there, which is very, very small. It's 0.8 to 1 millimetre. And that generally regulates oil pressure down to that 40 to 45 psi that we like to see in these bearing cores. The feed on a ball bearing, we usually recommend a -4, so that you can get a good volume of oil there and then restrict that down. So you don't want to be short of supply and rely on the pressure. You want it to flow nicely and then be restricted back to the pressure that you require. Okay, so we just started to talk about the drain, and I think that's really one of the most important things when it comes to longevity and consistency of your turbocharger. So we'll carry on with the ball bearing version, because it's usually the one that's a little bit more susceptible to issues with the drain. As you can see again, this is the bearing carrier. So oil flows through the top of this, and it's distributed through to the two bearing races. This hole here is the hole that the excess oil will drain out of in the bearing case. So the bulk in the center of the unit will drain through here. If you have a look at this core that we've cut in half here, you'll be able to see why it's so important.
All right guys, so we can't do a big event without some major sponsors, and we've got a couple of big sponsors to thank this weekend. Firstly, Mackay Regional Council, they do a lot from the Palmyra Drag Racing Club. We want to put out a massive thank you to them. We've got a number of members of government and council here today, so the Mackay Regional Council, big thank you. The other one is we've got a major sponsor here, especially for this weekend, and that's Electric Machinery Sales. And we've got some of their vehicles behind us. We're going to have a quick look at them. We'll show you some of the range, and we'll tell you what it's all about. So hey, you're living under a rock if you haven't seen the evolution, the electric evolution, I guess. And these are some of the vehicles that are available through Electric Machinery Sales. We got a bit of run around with them this morning. Actually had a bit of fun on the zero turn mower. So 3 bits of equipment here today. You've got the zero turn mower, and they get bigger than that, but that one's a 52-inch one. 15 acres, they can do 15 acres, so not many of us have got more than 15 acres. If you have, you're doing a good thing, but it'll do a 15-acre block. Electric motors, the things are built from aluminium. The mowers are made in the US, so they're a fantastic item. Like I said, we were doing some donuts out here on the concrete earlier today, but they're real easy to use. I've used zero turn mowers before, and this thing was really cool, really nice to use. Electric motors, they got no wearable parts. You got no belts, no spindles and that sort of stuff. You got direct electric motors hooked up to those cutting decks. And they go as big as 92 inch, and that's a big machine, I can tell you that. The other one they got there, they got the little digger there now. I think the best thing about that, Brad's here on the camera with me, and we were having a bit of muck around this morning. It's got a remote control. You can remote control that unit. It can lift 400 kilos. If you look at the size of the machine, it's not real big, but they're a fantastic thing. And Glenn, one of the equipment sales representatives, was telling us this morning they were actually made so they can go through a doorway. So if you live in a unit or something and you've got a courtyard out the back or something like that, of course you've got no fumes, you've got no fuel, so you can actually drive that thing through a house into your back courtyard to do some work with that piece of machinery. So and it can lift high enough and nearly vertical that you can actually load a truck with that little machine. The other one is the big skid steer there, and that's a great unit. And once again, we had a good look at it this morning. You can get between, depending on sort of what weights you're lifting and that, it can lift up to 1,500 kilos, I believe Glenn was saying this morning. And you can get up to 8 hours use, which is like a work day. And you can actually hook up a remote control to that big unit as well. So electric machinery sales, thanks to those guys for coming on board. And hey, get on the website, have a look at their products. They support us, and as I always say, support those that support us.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember, you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea.
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before, and that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become. Eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I ain't following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This
show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go.
Council for their support, the Aeroflow team for coming up here all the way from Sydney to put on the show for us. H&R Block is one of our main sponsors, and Electric Machinery Sales. Without these sort of people giving us a couple of bucks, we'd be really hard to make this happen. So, one, thank you to them, and we'll give them a presentation shortly. The other thing I want people to realise is, over the last 12 months, we've spent $1 million on this facility, and that has all come out of the Resource Industry Grant Fund, right? So, without their support, we wouldn't have got half the work we've got done either. So, all our new braking area, all our new lighting, which you'll see tonight, the concrete where big cars can sit and pit, that's all happened because of money out of the resource industries. So, thanks to all them as well, eh? Where's Jago gone? Yeah, you do the top.
All right, so let's do some top qualifiers. We've got some good ones here too. Let's start with our junior dragster. Our top qualifying junior dragster with a 0-1-0, Ashley Pinkstone. Good on you, Ash. You want to say something? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Fair enough. Street rotary class, our top qualifier with a 0-7-5, Gary Henry. He's a rotary guy, still coming. Ooh. All right, tough street. We'll move on to tough street. Top qualifier with a 000. Perfect reaction time, Cody Hargraves. There we go. Good on you, Cody. Well done. Pro Turbo class, our top qualifier with a 005, Jason Scott. Good on you, mate. No, he's gone. All right, top qualifier in comp with a 002, Dean Zammit. All right, last but not least, and this is pretty cool actually. So first time out in this car ever. First passes down the track last night. Top qualifier today with the 000 light. And I can tell you this racers have been racing many years and never run a 000 light. 000 perfect reaction time, Barb Field. No, spot on. You want to say? There you go.
Well, I'm under instructions to say something, so I need to thank my partner Scott for his support and everything he puts up with, and my mechanic and number one coach Harry Sommer, and the rest of my team. Where are they? Dave, Tate, Christina, and Dale. Thank you. Can I go home now?
Well done, Bob.
Righto. Like I said, we've got to do a big thank you to Mackay Regional Council. I'll ask Council to come and have a talk to us and let us know where we're at. But you also get to take a flash cane knife home with you. Whether you're allowed to put it in the chamber or not, I don't know. But that's yours.
Thank you. Fran can look after that. Councilman can look after that one for us. Well, it is awesome to see such a big crowd here. Can I start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather? And in our valley, that's the Yui people, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Look, on behalf of Councillor Mann, who's here and been here for a while, she's been having a look around and she's been quite excited to tell me everything that's going on, so I've been caught up on what's happening. But look, on behalf of the Mayor and other councillors, we're very proud to be here to officially open this event today. Oh, fold it in the right place. Look, today I understand there's races from all over Queensland, over 100 competitors, and not only Queensland, from Australia as well. And with over 100 competitors and support teams, it's going to be a great event, I'm sure. As a former rally car driver, this final time before you really get out there and start racing, to me, was that nervous time. Your car's been through scrutineering, you know, you've checked the tyre pressures, you've filled it with fuel, you know what's what, it's that last nervous hour. So I won't talk for too long. Congratulations to Glenn, Club President, and to your team for organising this event. And also congratulations on completing that upgrade. As I walked in, I saw all that concrete there and all those other upgrades, so well done to you and your team. And while we're at it, thanks to Overtaking Lane, the crew from Overtaking Lane, who are doing live video of this event, and it's going to go on YouTube and not only around Australia but around the world, so thank you for that. I admit I have watched the occasional 10-second burst on YouTube from time to time. Look, Kai Regional Council is very proud to provide support through our Invest Mackay events and attraction program. It's one of those things that we really value. It was started back in 2014 and continues to go from strength to strength, attracting events and conferences to our region. To me, events like this are very value for our region. And I'll tell you why.
That's H&R Block. There's somebody here from H&R Block to come and get their little trophy. And thank you very much for your support. It's very much appreciated. And you've got to say something.
Oh, no.
That's for your children. You get the beat. Thank you very much to H&R Block. Run through our class sponsors we've got for today, which is Junior Dragster, sponsored by Aeroflow, Street Rotary by One Industries and Full Lock Auto, Street by H&R Block, Pro Turbo, CQ Rotary and Ball Paint Solutions, Pop with electric machinery sales, and Street is with Tough Ride. So without all their help we wouldn't be able to get this event going today. So I hope you enjoy the racing. We've got a quarter of an hour to go and we'll have the Nitro cars on the track, so get yourselves ready. And I hope you enjoy the afternoon.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before, and that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
Back, I can tell you the funny cars are over in the lanes now. Our racers are getting into the cars. They'll get strapped in. Some final preparations. Hey, quickly, I've got where's Trey? Trey Timico. Is it Trey Timico? If you reach to your pocket, you'll find you're missing something. You can collect it down at the canteen here if you can describe it. Trey Timico, we got something of yours down at the canteen. My team over here for the weekend. He's the main man. Now, he said since last time they've been to Palmyra a couple of times. They bought 2 cars here last year and put on a fantastic show. But a couple of changes to the cars. So they got a bigger fuel pump, a bigger tyre. So even though they've got some data and they've run these cars many times before, it's a bit of a new package for these guys. So they're pretty excited. They're going to come out here. Like I said, we got a session now at 4 o'clock. We got another session at 6 o'clock. And then the big boomer at 8 o'clock. That'll be the third and final session for these guys. But it can always be a progression for these guys. And like I said, some new items, new combination. Can always throw a bit of a curveball, but these guys are coming out here to put on a show.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go.
All right, so they have emerged from the lanes. Five funny cars on the property here this weekend. Who's a first timer? Who hasn't seen funny cars before? Get ready. So arguably one of the most professional outfits in the country, the Aeroflow team. 5 cars here this weekend from the team. And they come here to put on a show. So we're just some final preparations. Drivers strapped into the cars. The remote starters attached to the front of the engine. We are just about ready to go. Our first pairing, a significant one. On the mound side, in the Coal Rock lane, we've got the Stormtrooper. Your pilot is Greg Lay. The Full Tilt Transport side, the Tower lane. In the Bandit Funny Car, the son of Greg Lay, Josh Lay. Father and son, first pairing out. So this time last year, this event, Josh Lay in the Bandit was your winner. You can put an each way bet on this, but watch the young fella go. .494, 364 kilometres an hour. Josh Lay took the win over Dad. Dad struggled a little bit off the line there. That car bogged down badly. But Josh Lay was on a really solid pass right down the middle. 494, that's to 1,000-foot markers. These cars need a little bit of extra distance to pull up. But 364 kilometres an hour. How about your first pass of funny cars, guys? How about that one? Put your hands together for the teams as they head down to collect their charges. So young Josh, even despite going 364 kilometres an hour to 1,000 feet, still managed to pull that car up before he got around the return road there. So we got him on the end of the track there. So obviously we're going to have to get him around the corner before we can get the next pair down. But a solid start. 494, 364. The team will be very happy with that for a first pass. Greg Lay's car really struggled off the line. He kept the foot into it to keep it a race, but you could hear a distinct pop down there about 660 or half track distance. You could hear that thing pop. It probably lifted the supercharger or at least a burst panel. So the team have maybe got a little bit of work to do. But Josh Lay and the team, they'll be happy with that first one up. So dad and son, that's a unique thing, and the whole family into racing. So they've also got a couple of very cool wheel standers, Aeroflow wheel standers. They'll be at another event at Benaraby Raceway next weekend. I can tell you what, Smithy, our fireman down there, is getting a workout this weekend. He's pushing Josh around the corner there at the moment, so shout out to Smithy. He'll need a beer or some adult lemonades tonight at least. Next pairing up, they're sitting behind the water, so once we get the all clear, we'll get this pair underway. So the ultimate aim for the Aeroflow outfit was to move into what we call the big cars, the big championship cars, and a number of these drivers have done so. And they're preparing for events coming up in the championship series. And these three drivers are three of what we call the big show cars. So it's good for them to be back in these cars. This is where they started. This is where they got their hook. And these are amongst some of the quickest nostalgia funny cars in the world. In the Coal Rock Lane. His birth certificate says he comes from New Zealand but resides in Sydney these days. Morris McMillan in the Aeroflow Nitro Express. That's the 57 Chev. This car's gone as fast as 5:29 over the quarter mile. Brandon Goswell in the other lane. He's from Brisbane but now resides in Sydney, chasing the dream in the Funny Car Series. Both of these boys have been over 330 miles an hour in the big show cars. But once again, they love these. Outlaw funny cars. Couple of final checks, couple of adjustments on the idle speed. We're just about ready to go. Brandon Goswell in King Kong, Morris McMillan in Nitro Express. Oh, the boys have got a pedal on. Goswell still got the nose out in front for a 93, 365 kilometres an hour. So he replicates the speed that we just saw Josh Leahy goes with a big pedal in the other lane. Morris McMillan goes 512, 351 kilometres an hour. Great side-by-side pairing. And I think the team will be pretty happy with that again. So we can send a couple of 490s early in the first round, which is a great start. I can tell you, it can only get better from there. tell you what, these, I mean, they're playing for keeps, these guys. How about look at the lights. Now, we're talking about a pro tree. So normal drag racing, we'll see what we call a sportsman tree. You'll see those amber lights come down 0.4 of a second apart. These guys run a pro tree. The amber lights come on, and then you hit the green. Reaction times in that pass, Brandon Gosmer went 0.15. Morris McWillan went 0.46. It's as good as you'll see. It's as good as you see in a pro tree. So our fifth and final car in the session, the Terminator Funny car, Justin Walsh at the wheel. So Walsh, another one of our big show cars, but great to have him back at the wheel of the Terminator this weekend. You can hear the car, a lot of revs in the burnout. So these things are restricted. There is a physical throttle stop on the injector, had on the throttle cable. That thing seemed to really rise in revs. Guys, make sure you come down to the fence as these racers come back. I got a rumour there's a little bit of gear down there. A little bit of Aeroflow stuff, a little bit of funny car product. Little adjustment for the car for Tim Holly, gives him the A-OK. Here we go, Justin Walsh on a solo. Oh, rattled the tyres. He did the right thing. Bit of frustration, give the pedal a little whack there at the 660-foot markers. But if you look down here on the track where Justin just went down there, you can see the chatter marks just out past the Christmas tree. You can see those uneven marks on the track. That tells you the car went into a bit of tyre shake. Started to get a little bit sideways, and the experienced driver that he is jumped out of the throttle and just cruised on down. How about the first session for Nitro Funny Cars, guys? How do we enjoy that? So that's just the first session for those guys. All 5 cars, everything going well. We'll be back around at 6 o'clock. And it starts to get interesting. The sun goes down. The massive amounts of fuel and fire that leap out of the exhaust start to become more evident. All the teams are now got what they call a baseline in their tune. They'll be coming out. It's a drag racing nature. You want to go a bit quicker. You want to go faster. So you want to go a bit quicker. You want to make it go faster. You make some changes. You come out, you have another go. So the next session at 6 o'clock. And, of course, the final session at 8 o'clock. We got 2 more sessions to go, guys. How about Josh Lay? It's almost like he's been punished. He's got to walk back. Right, so great first up session for the funny car. But look at this guy, just walking down the return road. I mean, he's just been down the track in 4.9 seconds, and they make you walk back, mate. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, I got to ride down, but not back. I don't know what happened, so. Look, I was throwing a couple of Aeroflow hats out, and I didn't realise how far down we were. You think I would, but ran out of hats about 200 metres down, so anyway. It's all good.
You'll have to pace yourself next time, mate. Good first up pass in the 490s, nothing wrong with that.
No, we're really happy with that. Look, it got down and a little bit of a shake after the transition, but it's all good. Happy with that, and we'll regroup, turn the car around and come back out for round 2.
You know the best part? You beat Dad again.
Exactly, yeah. Still got bragging rights at the dinner table.
Good on you, mate. Get ready for round. Well, now that you need a lift, mate, you're right. Here's a car. See if you can get a lift with these guys. Nah, nothing. Nothing.
They know I'm racing. They know I'm racing them next round, so they don't want to give me a lift.
Good on you. Put your hands together for Josh Lay from the Bandit Funny Car. All right, guys, so we just talked to Josh Lay. They made him walk back. They made this guy walk back too. What's going on, mate? What? Morris McMillan. Put your hands together for Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express. How do we go with that one, mate? Sort of there or thereabouts?
Yeah, it just went out and shook the tyres further out, so I had to give it a quick pedal. And when you're racing a bunch of blokes like these, if you got to pedal it, you got no chance. But look, for a pedaling run, it wasn't too bad. We'll just come out again next time and put on another show.
Good on you, mate. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Rod. Right, another opportunity to see a very quick car here. Lockie Patton out here in the drags, and we're very proud of our families involved in the sport. This is one we're very proud of locally. .506 for Lockie Patton in the Dragster there, guys, just for a comparison if you're not sure. So that car runs on methanol, so that's what we call an alcohol car. So a little bit different to the nitro cars, probably in the vicinity of, say, 500 less horsepower, a little bit different of a setup, but hey, that's a good run. 506, they'll be pretty happy with that, especially considering he rattled the tyres a little bit hard there. Punched a shift a little bit early to settle the car down and ran it out the back end. All right, we'll catch our breath a little bit. We'll move back into our normal program. We'll call it the normal program. How's that? 2 more sessions to go for the funny cars. Can't wait. 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. But a lot of races come from these ranks. They come from junior dragsters. So great to have 7 cars here this weekend for junior dragster. 6 of the girls, 1 young fella in Clayton Gorman. So 7 cars mean we have an uneven field, which means your top qualifier will get a bye in the first round. Our top qualifier was this young lady, Ashley Pinkstone. So now normal racing, all our races are put in what's called the dial in. That's the nominated time they think they can run. 8:00, the dial in here for Ashley Pinkstone. So they run to half track, which is just about there. We're looking for 8:00. We go 8:03 at 130. Pretty happy with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. 0.3 on the tree. 8:03 on 8:00, 130 kilometres an hour for Ashley Pinkstone. Once again, massive thanks to the boys from the Overtaking lane here. They're doing the live stream for the weekend. They're live streaming over their YouTube channel. So great to have those guys here. And if you're tuning in at home or wherever you are on the live stream, thank you very much. We hope you're enjoying the show. Here we go. Tegan Croker, Flynn Narensky. Now, big chase on here, about as big as we'll see in junior dragster. Flynn's dialed in with a 12.07. Tegan Croker says she can go 7.92. There goes Flynn. She's away. 4+ seconds before we allow Tegan Croker to go. But how about 0.37 on the tree? Here comes Tegan at the finish line. She got there. Tegan Croker got there. 8.03 on that 7.92. Flynn Nareski went 12.08 on a 12.07, which is a good pass. But just got pipped on the reaction time there for Tegan Croker. 1 for Tegan Croker in round 1. So all our races, they'll race all 3 rounds. We'll take the results and we'll work out our finalists from them. Heidi Allgood, Clayton Gorman, the young fella, the young man representing the boys this weekend. 12.03 for Fleischer Trade Agencies, Savage Signs and Ellico. Heidi Allgood, new to junior dragsters, and I've been pretty impressed. She's been very good. 9.20 the dial in for Heidi. Justin Walsh and the team coming back in the Terminator up the return well. So those guys, a little bit of tyre shaking out there. Got a little bit of work to do with the tune-up. So Gorman's car, a few stumbles off the start line there. Didn't sound the cleanest. Here comes Heidi Allgood. She'll take the win. 9.29 on a 9.20. Well done, Heidi. Clayton gets the comeback for another round and see if it can get some redemption. Next pairing up here, young Charlie Naretsky. It's her turn. Ruby Summer beside her. Nice close race this one. Only 7/10 in it. 8.79 the dial in for the Summer family racing car with Ruby at the wheel. She's away nice. Oh, look at these girls. 0.24 on the tree. 0.22 on the tree for Charlie. There's nothing in it at the start line. And your winner. Charlie got there and broke out. Went 8.02 with a 5 on 8.05. Ruby Summer goes 8.90 on a 8.79 for the win. We move into street rotary. Street rotary in the lanes now. Tough straight to the lanes, please. Tough straight to the lanes. Pro Turbo, get ready. So solo here for Terry Smith. He's in the ute. 14.10. So even though he's on his own, he wants to try and run that 14.10 or something very close to that. He goes 14.58. So a little bit of work to do. Street rotary brought to us by One Industries and Full Lock Auto. So shout out to those guys. Full Lock Auto, performance and fabrications. And of course, One Industries, excellence in belt cleaning solutions, belt maintenance, belt scrapers and dust suppression. Both local businesses, and they come on board to help us here with the Rotary class this weekend. Gary Henry and Paul Frank. Listen to both the boys struggle to get the power to the ground. The RX-7 dialed him at 11.90. Gary Henry in the little RX-2. He's looking for an 11.40. Both the boys struggle a little bit, but Gary Henry will take the win. He's got the W next to his name for round one. Guys, make some noise for Lockie Patton and the team as they come back up in the dragster. Solid pass from them. A little bit of tyre shake out there. They'll go back, they'll have a look, and hopefully we'll see them out a little bit later. Two Commodores match up here. We got Brad Gilroy, 1060 the dial in. He's from the Bowen Engine Centre. Got this little supercharged V6, the L67 engine. This is a quick one. 1060 the dial in. Travis Mumford in the ute. Red lights. Red lights had a shot at the tree. You have to do it. You need some sharp lights to get through rounds of racing. Travis Mumford will give it away on the start line. Brad Gilroy will run it out the back door and go 1082 for the win. Travis Mumford, 1186. We keep going in Tough Street, brought to us by H&R Block in Mackay here. Of course, for all your taxation, bookkeeping and small business needs. So we thank those guys for coming on board. We got this guy, Brett Kelly, out of Gladstone. How about National champion in Super Sedan last season. 028 on the tree, that's why he's a national champion. He's very sharp on the tree. He's very good at making this car work consistently. 1035 the dial and he goes 1040. Tony Wilson didn't let him have it. He went 1051 on a 1050, but the reaction time was the difference. Pro Turbo to the lanes if you're not already. Pro Turbo to the lanes, comp get ready. So Pro Turbo to the lanes, comp get ready please. Dino Gorman. The big statesman, 11.06 the dial in for him. Ben Walker says he'll go 10.01 in the ute. Gorman out in front. The ute struggled on the start line, spun the tyres. Gorman wants to play it, but he did. He rolled out of the throttle. He went 11.35, good enough for the win. Ben Walker wasn't going to catch him from there. Captain Bob in the one-tonner. How about 025 line for Rob? He's looking for a 10.60. He goes 10.70. Aaron Tees went 10.47 trying to chase him down. He went too fast. Your winner in that one, Bob Connolly. Mark Peachy. Got the Statesman here. It's the HX model. It's a Caprice. She's the flash one. Kylie O'Reilly in the other lane. The little Mitsubishi Lancer gets better with every meeting. 10.40 for the 308 powered car. Oh, it's a better reaction time to Mark Peachy. Neither of them real flash. Peachy out in front, he'll be looking over his shoulder. Gets the win, 65 and a 60, good enough. Kylie, unfortunately, that time, 10.51, not good enough. So if the racer that leaves first can get a good reaction time and get a good leave on the car and puts pressure on the racer in the other lane, especially if it looks like they're not chasing them, sometimes it can break the heart a little bit. Andrew Salmon, this beautiful hot rod. Cody Hargraves, yeah, number one qualified with a 000 light. He went too early this time. Too early for Cody Hargraves, your winner in round one. In this pairing is Andrew Salmon. 10.63 goes 10.66. Would have been tough to beat. Still in tough street, boys to us by H&R Block Mackay. Here we go, TMS performance car. This is the club sport for Marcus Benyon. Candice Brettle in the other lane. Has a bit of a mixed day in the Camaro. Let's see how she goes on this one. 1081 the dial-in, 1140 for the Club Sport. Would you believe Marcus Benyon went 0.02 of a second too quick on the start line? Red light for him. Candice Brettle will get the win. She goes 10.56 on a 10.81. That's what we call it getting out of jail. 10.56 on a 10.81 dial-in. She was a quarter of a second too quick. Marcus Benyon unfortunately went 11.44 on a 40, but the red light nullifies all that. Couple of premiers. We got Brett Allgood. He's got the small block powered one. He went too early on that one. A couple of red lights deciding races here in round one. 10.38 on a 10.33 for Gary Brett. He's a long time racer and it showed right there. He's got the skills. Katie Turner, who's in the purple Falcon. 10.08 takes on 10.50 here for Hayden Clark. Katie Turner on a bit of a tear this season, taking home a few trophies. And he gets a win there. 10.14 on his 10.08. Hayden Clark, 10.70 on a 10.50. Not good enough that time down. Martin Atkinson takes his Skyline to the line with a 10.30 dial-in. Andrew Borg. $10.96 the dial-in for the Fairmont. So once again, been impressed with the Skyline. 10.30. Pretty handy pass. Let's see what he does here. Not a great reaction time, unfortunately. Borg will take it, but he's out in front. He'll be looking over his shoulder to the right hand to see where the Skyline is. It's closing fast, but not fast enough. 10.38 on a 10.30, not a bad pass. Andrew Borg had him covered with a sharp reaction time. Dave Rickards, Mark Barraclough, a couple of regular races here. Good to see Dave back in the wagon for Energy Smart Mackay. He's away, 11.41 the dial-in here. Mark Barraclough says 10.08's where he wants to be. Close one on the finish line. Dave went too quick. Mark Barraclough went 10.14 on his 10.08. Dave Rickards went 11.37. He'd be happy with the time, but not the fact that it was quicker than his dial-in. Some good racing here this afternoon. Sean Deegan, Dale Caruana. So the main man from Hardy Spicer Mackay, Dale Caruana, over here in the Pontiac Trans Am. He's racing Sean Deegan. They're good mates. He's in the Tirana. No mates on the racetrack. Oh, Sean Deegan goes 10.905 on a 10.90. Good race. Well done, Sean. Nice close race here. You'll hardly see the difference on the Christmas tree as the lights come down. Haley Scott, the Skyline, 10.66 on the window. Antonino Cesari, a 10.70 in the Monaro for KDMR. So Haley's made it hard for herself. Not a great reaction time. Cesari plays it smart. He's on the brakes. He'll get the win. 10.80 on a 10.70. He'll get the job done, and he'll get a win next to his name for round one. Pro Turbo coming very shortly. If you're not there, you better hurry. Chris Kepper, Luke Faulkner. Chris Kepper in a car that'd be rare in America, let alone here. It's a Mercury Cougar Eliminator. 11.43 will get the win. Luke Faulkner struggled a little bit. He was 1 second exactly off the pace. You won't win many races, unfortunately, with that. All right, single here. We're going to move into Pro Turbo. Once again, uneven field. The benefit of getting top qualifier in uneven field is that you've got a first round bye. So you go into round two with a win. Jason Scott's the lucky recipient here. Hasn't had the best day on trying to get the car down the track. Reaction time wise, he went pretty solid. Actually, he was the best in this class. Can he put a pass together? It's been a frustrating day. Turn the tyres a little bit. Here we go. This is his best pass for the weekend. Keep an eye on the boards. We're looking for 8.80 or something very close. 9.38. So again, still a little bit off the pace. You can hear it fighting for traction in the front half. But heading in the right direction, which is also a bonus. Darren Garrick, the RB30 powered Skyline, the early car. Christian Schneeber, this car's been impressive also. FG Falcon looks pretty stock from the outside. Decent set of wheels on it, but dials in with a 965. So the head start to the full tilt transport lane on the tower side here. Schneeber. The car left well and then Butchka. Bang, 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 she went. Little bits and pieces going everywhere. That's the end of that Falcon, unfortunately, on this pass. Darren Garrick went 002 on the tree, went 875 on his 878 dial-in. He'll get the win. Because would you believe, Christian red-lit first. Oh, the scratch in the head, that's tough. Unlucky. Now, if he's like half these powerful Falcon racers, he's got a spare drive shaft probably in the boot. Let's hope for Christian it's an easy fix. We might even see him back. I've seen him turn him around. So we're good to go. We pushed Christian's car back and frustration for Adrian Sash. So we had Adrian in the little foursome fun Suzuki. Parked out the back there, had the car rolling. We shut it down when the car of Christian broke, and now the car won't restart. Unfortunately, they're going to push it back to the pits. Tough break. Josh Moore will get a single here, 865 the dial-in for the Performance Parts Plus Falcon Ute. So it literally went about 3 foot and then spun the tyres hard. So no joy there for the team. They had it hopped up a little bit. They wound the boost into it that time and didn't hold. Nice big strong burnout again from the main man from CQ Rotary. That is Rob Caddy. So the 13B turbocharged RX2. Big shout out to Rob, Jane and all the team there at CQ Rotary. Put a lot of work into getting some good fields here for Pro Turbo and Street Rotary classes, and some great sponsors on board. Craig Chapman in the other lane for Townsville Car Care Centre. This is the Falcon with the Barra. Chapman left a little bit early, 007 light, 7,000 of a second too early. Caddy coming back at him on the top ends on a decent pass, 837 on that 810. 883 at 250 kilometres an hour there for Chapman, but the red light threw it away at the start line. So if you like your rotaries, we've got two coming at you. They're side by side here. Timmy Hawkins, the 808 wagon. We're just looking at the motor he's listed, corn chip dip. Aaron Strong beside him. He's got the 20B. That's a triple rotor. 835 the dial in for him. 950 for Tim. Both the guys on a pretty decent pass, but Tim's out of it about 1,000 foot. 849 will get the win for Aaron Strong. 849 backs up that 848 he did earlier. So they're getting on top of this car, which is fantastic to see. So again, all their races, 3 rounds of racing this evening. And based on the results, we'll get our finalists for that. We have a finalist and a runner-up. Fantastic trophies for this Nitro in the cane. Don't know if you've seen those. We handed out a couple to some of our wonderful guests at the trophy presentation earlier. They're real cool. They're a cane knife with the Nitro in the cane. Printed on the knife. It's cool. They're cool. All right, here we go. I can hear Supercharger. I can see Ando coming to the line. Paul Anderson. So we got the brute force of the PSI supercharged big block Chev in the Camaro for Ando. This thing looks, nah. It looked like it was select and reverse and then it'd jump out for Ando. So he's done the sportsman's-like thing, and because he had forward gears, he's cruised on through the quarter. Unlucky there for Ando. But all eyes now on Simone Wheeler. 900, the dial in for the car. Gone as quick as 904 this weekend. New PB. It's a turbocharged LS, this VX Commodore out of Townsville. Don't mean to laugh. I could see Simone in the car, which is the good part. She knew exactly what she did wrong on the start line there. You could see the hand go up to the helmet as if to say, oh, no. Anyway, it's all good. Gets the win. Baker. Bacon, another set of hides. 870 the dial in for the HQU. 632 cubes of big block Chev for Bob Baker. Brad Price with that very nice Mustang for H&R Block Mackay. It's got a supercharger on this one. It goes 980s. He wants to go 982. That's the target for Brad Price. 870 for the HQ. It's a serious bit of gear, this car for Brad Price. Oh, Bob Baker, 4,000ths of a second too quick. Brad Price says, thank you, mate. Not the way I wanted to do it, but I'll take a win. 996, good enough. Bob Baker rolled out of the throttle. 884, maybe didn't know he red lit. He'll find out soon enough. Oh, how good does that sound? How about a supercharged engine through a set of pipes? Mick Barrett. There's Holsnagel in the, Tirana Ute. $8.78 the dial in for Mick Barrett. What did he run yesterday? $8.78. First time out with the car. He wants to run that time again. Les Holsnagel says he can go 9.20 in the Tirana. Holsnagel throws it away with a red light. Barrett will get the win. He's going to run it out the back door anyway. Goes 8.77. 8.77 on his 8.78. So he was lucky. He was lucky. He'll get the win, but 9.92 on a 9.20. Holsnagel knew what he'd done and backed out of the throttle. But Mick Barrett, your winner in round one there, he'll go through to round two. Trying to make it 2 wins from 2 races. Bit more supercharged action. We love a bit of supercharged action. What we call a famous car, famous local car really. Car that's been around for many years, Garth McIntyre in the HQ Monaro. Used to be the old Mackay muffler shop car. For those that remember, if you've been in the sport long enough. It's the same man at the wheel. Had a decent gap in the middle there for a while. We saw him come back out a couple of seasons ago. Daughter Felicity. Calling all the shots with Dad. $7.50 the dial in for the Hemi-powered Garth McIntyre Monaro. Stephen Summer, small block Chev, $7.70 the dial in for him. Tough race here for McIntyre, but he's out there. I'm sure he's having a whale of a time. CQ Rotary team keeping the crowd entertained. Tell you what, there's nothing in reaction times here. McIntyre's coming back at Summer. Close race. What a good one. 7.75 on a 7.70 for Stephen Summer. He went 0.35 on the tree. Garth McIntyre went 0.33 on the tree. Garth McIntyre, Steve Summer. 7.61 on a 7.50 for McIntyre. And that would have been a good race. Yeah, Steve Summers pull. No, I just saw Steve Summer pull up right on the end of the racetrack, but he's managed to get around the corner. So Dragsters went through an evolution in drag racing. We started with front engine dragsters, like this car down here for Josh Moore. This car out of Roma. As we evolved, we decided maybe it's a bit safer if we put the engine behind us. That's when the rear engine dragster was created. That's Darcy Hock. But you're either one or the other. The traditionalists love these front engine dragsters. 888 the dial in for young Josh Moore. Darcy Hock, the young Darcy Hock. A couple of young fellas doing a good job here. 825. Josh Moore nice and sharp on the tree. He carried those spoke wheels out to a 60 foot. He's out in front. Oh no, he broke out by 1,000th of a second. He went 887 with a 9 on an 888. Oh, 1,000th of a second too fast. It's cruel sometimes. 829 on an 825. Solid pass for Darcy Hock. Straight to the lanes if you're not already, please. Straight to the lanes, please. Junior dragster to the lanes too, please. So straight to the lanes, junior dragster to the lanes. Jai Acton. So, poor old Smithy's getting a workout down the far end there. He's pushing another dragster around the corner this time. Looks like Darcy Hock, I think. All right, guys, listen up. I got a Holden Colorado we need moved. It's parked on the neighbour's property out on the road. So it's a Holden Colorado. It's a white one. 435 RXH, and we've been told they'll get it towed very shortly if it's not moved. Holden Colorado, it's a white Holden Colorado 435 RXH. The neighbours said they'll get it towed if you can't move it. Dave Shee out here, he's taking on Jai Acton. Jai Acton will get the win because Dave Shee red lit on the start line. Something come out of the car there for Dave Shee. I don't know what that was. We're going to have a look at that, guys. Something out of the car for Dave Shee, if we can have a look at that in the full tilt transport lane, just past the 1,000 foot. Hey, guys. 968, 227 for Jai Acton. So we'll send the buggy down. We'll get that track clear. Obviously, we can't go in. It was a bit strange, actually. I don't know what that was. Be interested to see what it is. So we'll send the buggy down. We're going to have a look at that, but there's a couple of pieces of something. I don't know. It's strange, that one. Anyway, we'll get that sorted. It's blowing around, whatever it is. Ah, cool. Looks like we got that sorted. Nothing major, which is all good. We'll be back on track shortly, but 9:22 there for Dave Shee. Threw away a good run with a reaction time that was 13,000ths of a second too fast. So Electric Machinery Sales bringing us comp this weekend. Fantastic bracket. We got plenty here this weekend. We got all our brackets are well supported, so shout out to all them. Shout out to our sponsors as well. We're going to run through the sponsors quickly while we're here. Of course, Coal Rock. You'll hear me talk about Coal Rock and Full Tilt Transport. They're our lane sponsors, and they've been long-time supporters here at Palmyra. Can't do it without them. Track sponsors. And as I always say, guys, make sure you support those that support us. Proximity Motorsport, MI Scaffold, Learn to Ride. Brett and the team, they run motorbike learner courses at the very end of the drag strip here in the Braken area. So they're all set up down there. Hardy, Spicer, Mackay, Dale Caruana and the team, they'll help you out with any drive shaft needs. Performance Parts Plus, Barry, Jolene, Josh, all the team there at Performance Parts Plus will help you out with all your Aeroflow bits as well. They're an Aeroflow stockist as well. Filter Wash Mackay, Johnny Zara, Josie Zara, and all the team there at Filter Wash Mackay. We'll have Johnny here before too soon with the drags, with the, of course, the Nitro bike again. Can't wait. Century Wasa battery, auto repair and towing, Black Magic Detail. All right, we like black utes. How about this one? We got a HJ ute for Dean Zammit. That's a cool car. But how about this little 1200 ute for Jason Earl? Very stout Cleveland stroker engine for Jason Earl. Zammit gets away sharply, 042, but Jason Earl in the other lane goes 012. Great reaction times for both races. Earl's up alongside him. Jason Earl's your winner in that one. That was a good race. 4 feet at the finish line, nothing in it. 970 on a 965 for the win. Dean Zammit, 1007. All right, here's a lady that surprised us all, did a fantastic job in qualifying. Perfect reaction times. So to pick when that green light comes on is what we call a perfect reaction time. That's a 000 light. This lady did it in her first time out. Barbara Field. That's why she gets a solo in the shafter wagon. 1310, the dial in for Bo. She's on a nice clean pass here. We're looking for 1310 or something very close to 1283. Look out. Barb's on a roll. Good stuff. Well done, Barb. Barb Field, 1283. Keeps getting quicker with every pass. Good stuff. Having a while of a time. All right, we got a pair of utes here, a pair of Holden utes. Tut Bryant Mackay, construction equipment supplier. They're our street bracket sponsor this weekend. We thank them as always. Been a long time contributor as a sponsor here at Palmyra. Ronnie Shaw in the green HQ, 1257. Naomi Whitfield, 1510. No easy race here. 237 for Naomi. Oh, Ronnie threw it away. 2 out on the second two. Quick on the start line. That's the dreaded cherry, the red light. Naomi Whitfield. She says, thanks, Ronnie. I'll take that one. 15-1. Yeah, she went too quick as well, so she got lucky. But that's what it's all about. Bit of luck mixed in with some good fortune. It's always well accepted. Digger Smith. You usually see him here on a Harley Davidson Destroyer. Not this weekend. He's in the family car. The VW Araton. Here we go. Bit slow to get away, Digger. We'll stir him up about that later. He's up. I didn't realise he was against Aaron Mackey. These are good mates, these guys. So Mackie Dolden with 11.90 in the Holden Ute. He'll get there 11.84. He just gave the win to Digger. It's his best pass of the week, and he went too fast. Digger has won that one by going a second too slow. That'll do. You got to take it as it comes. Errol Younger out there for R&T Pumps. So back in Old Faithful, had the new silver car out here at the last meet. A few things need addressing on that one before it comes out again. 13.20. Andrew McClellan for the Drop Bears. 12.68 the dial in for the 308 powered wagon. They'll be looking at each other as they get to the 13.20. McClellan too quick. 66 on a 68. Errol Young will take the win. Single here for Charlie Roberts for Easy Pumps and Irrigation in the club sport. So 12.54, that's the best pass for the car this weekend. That's the number they use for the dial-in. Good to go. Here we go, solo here. So all eyes on the full tilt transport lane here. We're looking for 12.54. 12.58 will get the job done. That's a nice one. Brian Blank, we like the little Toyota Supra. It's got the 4-litre 1UZ. Sue Kisa over there in the club sport, 12.88. So we're expecting big things here from Sue. So the Supra. It's a good start, 0-1-3. Sue was too eager. Got away too quick. $14.97. Brian Blank gets one in the bank. He'll take a win. All right, just like that, we're done with round one. How good's that? Lane one done. We're going to move into round two. Junior Drags is going to kick us off. Street Rotary, if you're not in the lanes, we need you there. Tough street, get ready.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea.
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
All right, Heidi, all good. 9:20. Here she goes. She gives chase. Linda Rensky out in front. So 12:07 the dial. Oh, Flynn Narensky went 12:07.0 on a 12:07. Perfect. She guessed her dial in perfectly. 12:07.0 on a 12:07. Well done, Flynn. Tegan Croker, 796. Charlie Narensky. Just saw Flynn go perfect. Let's see what Charlie can do. So there's nothing in this one. We got 800 for Charlie. We got 796 for Tegan. Girls representing strongly this weekend. 6 girls, 1 young man. 101 on the line. Tegan Croker 207. Little bit of work to do. They get to the half track distance and you winner. 8:05.5. Ashley Pinkstone, Clayton Gorman's another young fella. Here he goes. Let's see if he can do something for the boys here. 12:03 takes on 8:02. So Pinkstone was our #1 qualifier. So obviously she's already got a win in the bank with an uneven field. She's looking for 2 here. Clayton's in. Here comes Ashley. She goes in shallow. Gets that routine down pat. 188 reaction time. Here goes Ashley. The chase is on. 06 on the tree. 06 on the tree. Better reaction time. Here comes Ashley. We're at the finish line. Clayton too fast. Ashley Pinkstone goes 8:01 with the 6 on 8:02. So it's a breakout for her as well. But young Clayton, 11:86 is too quick. Street Rotary about to come forward. Oh no, we got one junior. Sorry, we got Ruby. Ruby was hiding down there under the edge of the tower. Here she comes forward for her solo pass. So Ruby Summer on her own here, looking for an 885. Let's see how well Dad's got this car dialed in. Nice clean pass for Ruby. 885 the target, goes 894. So not too bad. 112 kilometres an hour for Ruby. So looking over towards the Aeroflow pits, I can tell you the funny cars are getting close. The Stormtrooper body's going back on for Greg Lay. By my clock, we've got 5:27. So we're about half an hour or thereabouts away from the 6 o'clock session for the Aeroflow funny cars. Aeroflow funny cars. Street Rotary. One Industries, Full Lock Auto, our sponsors for this bracket. But shout out to all our Rotary class sponsors for the weekend. One Industries, All Paint Solutions, Full Lock Auto, and CQ Rotary Performance. 1140 takes on 1410 here. Terry Smith in the little Mazda Ute. We do like the Ute. Henry fighting the traction blues. He's down from Cairns for the weekend. 14:47 for Terry Smith. Good enough for the win, Gary Henry. He's just having a good old time out there. 12:32 and 197 kilometres an hour. Paul Frank gets a solo here, 12.01 for the RX-7. $12.08 on a 12.01. That'll win a lot of races. He'd be pretty happy with that, Paul Frank. So quick change of battery on the camera out in the middle. For the boys from the Overtaking lane, great to have them here again for the live stream. It's a commitment for those guys that come up from Brisbane. But great to have them here. Tough street about to come for. Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Comp, get ready. Right, actually Pro Turbo don't come to the lanes yet. So we're, as you can hear, the funny cars are going through their warm-up procedures. They're nearly ready to go. They'll do the warm-up. Make sure everything goes okay. They'll shut the cars down. They'll have a quick look over the cars. They'll check fuel levels. They'll check oil. and get their preparations underway for round 2, half an hour away. So the FG Falcon for Hayden Clark. As I said, great to see Hayden Clark back. A little bit of damage last night, I believe, a drive shaft. 1060 the dial in for the silver. FG Falcon, Antonino Cesari in the Monaro from Townsville. So nothing in this one. 1070 takes on 1060. Hayden Clark went 3 thousandths of a second too quick. Antonino Cesari went 77 on a 70, good enough for the win. Big Bobby's Chicken. Bob Connolly from Cairns. Brett Kelly from Gladstone. One from 5 hours that way. One from, what, about 10? No, 9? Up there, up that way. Nothing in this one. This will be a good race. 1060 takes on 1035. Oh, Bob had to have a go. Had to have a go against Brett Kelly. You've got to run a good light against Brett Kelly. Didn't get it there. Red light to him. Brett Kelly goes 38. 38 on a 35. Connolly went 63 on a 60. Tough Street continues. Tough Street brought to us this weekend by H&R Block Mackay. Dave Rickards taking on Dino Gorman. As nice as I can possibly be, but they're both terrible reaction times. Both the guys had a big snooze on the start line, but Dino Gorman will get there first. He's 11:48 on his 11:06. Brad Gilroy rolls to the line. He's going to pull up alongside Aaron Tees. So the Falcon to take on the Commodore. 10:58 takes on 10:40. And Aaron Tees will take that one. He goes 46 on the 40. Good pass from him. 76 on a 58. Not good enough that time. Brad Gilroy from the Bowen Engine Centre. Travis Mumford putting on a bit of a show. Nice big burnout in the Commodore Ute. 11.80 for him. Marcus Benyon. 11.40 for the Club Sport. So 4/10, one tree. One light on the tree, I should say. So those amber lights come down 4/10 of a second apart. So exactly one light apart on the tree. Not his day. Big red light, actually. Big red light for Travis Mumford there. 11.80, 11.81 on 80. So he's using up some good passes with some red lights. Unfortunately, Marcus Benyon went 12.05. Tony Wilson, Cody Hargraves. Big block powered Pontiac against the small block powered VK Commodore. Still anyone's race. They get to the finish line together, and Wilson went too quick, 10:31 on a 21 for Cody Hargraves. I mean, he'll get the win in round 2 there. Martin Atkinson takes on Luke Faulkner here. Atkinson in the skyline, Luke Faulkner in the Falcon. Okay. Luke Faulkner went too quick that time, 11:32 on his 11:35. And Martin Atkinson will get a win in the skyline, 10:52. Gary Brett, Benny Walker. Ben Walker in the Ute. 10:01. Gary Brett in the Premier. 10:36 the dial in for him. The reaction time for Benny Walker. He's going to make it hard against Gary Brett, who's a very good racer. They get to the finish line together. Benny Walker got it. Nice race. 10:08 on a 10:01. Gary Brett went 37 on a 36. Reaction time let him down a little bit, but not much. Just enough. So we're going to round out Tough Street. As I said, Funny Car's not too far away, about 20 minutes. We will do a little bit of track prep, I believe, before then. We'll see how we go for time. Let's go. Kylie O'Reilly. Mark Barakoff, 10:10 takes on 10:45. O'Reilly out in front. Here comes Barakoff on the top end. O'Reilly got there. Kylie got there. 10:47 on a 45 is a good pass. 16 on a 10, not a bad pass for Mark. If you want a car that does a skid as good as that, go and see Brett Allgood, the Premier's facade. 408 cubes, a small block Chev. Very nice car, that one. Candice Brettle got this cool late model Camaro. So 1060. The dial in now, they've dropped it after she ran that quick time in the last one. 1080 for Brett Allgood. He threw it away on the start line. Red light, lots of red lights decided racing tonight. Candice Brettle will get the win. 1068 on the 60 is a solid pass as well. Well done, Candice. traffic. Kept up red light, spun the tyres. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Cody Turner, 10.10 the dial in. He goes 10.22. So Haley Scott, Dale Caruana, 10.66 for the Skyline. It's turbocharged Barra, turbocharged Falcon engine in the Skyline. Dale Caruana for Hardy Spicer. 11.29 the dial in for Dale. Harley got there with a nice pass, 10.77 on the 66, good enough. Caruana a little bit off the pace, unfortunately for him. Sean Deegan, fresh off his 10-second pass, dialed him with a 10.89. Mark Peachy, 11.60 for the Caprice. Still a bit of work to do for Sean Deegan. Not going to get there. Peachy goes 11.75 and he's 60 with a good reaction time. Sean Deegan 10.87, so be happy with the time. He'll take something out of that race. Andrew Salmon takes on Andrew Borg, the two Andrews. The Fairmont takes on the Chevy pickup. Not much in reaction times. You got 10.96 for the Fairmont, you got 10.65 for Andrew Salmon. Little touch of the brakes, not enough. Andrew Salmon, 67 on a 65 is good for the win. All right, guys, that is the last of Tough Street. We're going to have a break here. We're going to do what we call a little bit of track prep. We're going to get the track prepped for the Nitro cars. They're out in 15 minutes' time. Good opportunity to run wherever you need to go. Need to go to the loo, go to the loo. If you need to go to see one of our vendors, grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Even that time of night, if you need to grab a jumper or something from the car, this is the time to do it. But we want to give the best possible track surface to our Nitro cars. You'll see the tractor go up and down and do some final preparations. We are not far away.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before, and that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the
are missing one. Four cars in the lanes ready to go. Once again, these guys running to 1,000-foot markers, so the Aeroflow flags are down there on the wall for these guys as a reference point. Some good passes first time down the track today. So once again, the teams will go back and they'll make some adjustments to the cars based on the data they got from round one. And as always, the target is to go quicker and faster. Couple of 490 passes. Josh Lay and Brandon Gosbell both in the 490s. All right, looks like we're good to go in the tower. We are nearly ready. Here we go. The funny cars roll out of the lanes. All right, here we go. Pairing here is Morris McMillan and Josh Lay. So Josh Lay out of Canberra. In the car they call the Bandit. He's in the full tilt transport lane. That's where he ran in the 490s in round one. Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express. Oh, we love a good side-by-side nitro burnout. Josh Lay comes back as fast as he does the burnout. So McMillan looking for a good pass here with 5-1-4 from memory in the first round. But this is the quickest on record for this style of car. It can run some numbers. It's a new combination. It's a bigger pump. It's bigger tyres. The main man GC stands out the back, watches his team do its thing. Gareth Rogers overlooks the front of the car for Morris McMillan. Josh's partner Kelsey out the front on the Bandit. They're good to go. Final adjustments. Ready for some side-by-side Nitro Funny car action here at Palmyra. you can see the boys have a reset on the pedal. 484. 484 for Josh Lay, 5 flat. All the zeros for Morris McMillan. 484 for Josh Lay, side by side. It doesn't get any better than that. Oh, how good was that? These guys know how to put on a show. Let them know, guys. Make some noise as the teams head down to collect their drivers. So Josh Lay, I reckon he likes this place. 490 in the first round. 494 from memory. 484 on that one. How about another pairing? Ah, we can't get enough. The Terminator. In the Coal Rock lane on the Mount side. Justin Walsh at the wheel. On the Tower side, the Full Tilt Transport lane, we got Brandon Gosbell in King Kong. Short, sharp burnout for both these guys. Walsh searching for that reverse gear. All good, we're ready to go. Boswell also went in the 490, 493 in round one. And interestingly, both these cars picking this Tower side lane, so they've obviously decided this is the lane of choice. He's just seen Josh Leahy go down there with a 484. He's not going to have that. You know, all the other rest of the teams are in the braking area watching this. Prepare yourselves, guys. We got another pair of Nitro Funny cars. Got out there, turned the tyres hard. What a steer. Put your hands together, guys. That's as good as a steer you'll see. That thing got up on the tyres, started blazing the tyres just as it got off the concrete section there. And look at the tyre marks as Goswell got that thing sideways. Ah, good times. That's funny car. That's a funny car driver for you. Good stuff. So again, we got one pulled up a little bit short before Smithy's getting a workout. Poor old Smithy. Getting an absolute workout down there. Once again, we shout out to all the volunteers, all our officials here. Can't do it without them. So once again, we just got one of the cars that pulled up a little bit short down the end there. We'll retrieve that car, getting around the corner shortly. But that's 2 rounds of funny cars. How do we like the funny cars? Fantastic. They put on a great show again tonight. We love them here at Palmyra. And it really is a treat. One more session to go. It's not too bad at the moment. Wait the lights. Wait till the darkness settles in. You see those flames leaping above the roof lines of those funny cars. There's nothing like it. Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Still trying to catch the breath again. Funny cars have that effect. Pro Turbo to the lanes, please. Pro Turbo to the lanes. So show your appreciation, guys. Let them know that we're enjoying with the show. They're making them walk again. Look at this. Got some goodies over the fence. Look at the kids everywhere. Good stuff. This is fantastic. So once again, as an extra treat here, we got Lockie Patton doing some testing this weekend in the alcohol dragster. So he's had a couple of passes he got out there, has rattled the tyres a bit. The way to settle that down is to hit it with an early shift. So the crew will have a quick look over the car. Oh, again. Rattle the tyres. You can hear him clearly get off the throttle, get back on it. But actually, I'm down behind the car here with the boys, having a look at that one. That one, he used up a bit of track. But good to have him here. 501 on that one to the 1,000-foot markers. They'd be reasonably happy with that. All right, guys, so we're just resetting. We're getting something sorted out here. Hey, guys, I've got down here with me, I've got Brandon Goswell from the King Kong. I want you to put your hands together first because that steer job out there was very impressive. Put your hands together for Brandon and the King Kong funny car. Brandon, yeah, mate, look, I'm in the tower, and from there I could see that thing. Were you looking out the side window at one stage?
Yeah, look, I was pretty much staring at Walshy's lane waiting for him to blast past me, but thankfully I got away with it.
Mate, you guys seem to be favouring that lane. Is there a reason for that?
Oh, look, it just seems to be suiting our setup a little bit better, so we're sticking with it, and it's the old thing, it ran good in the first round, so why mess with a good thing?
So, I mean, obviously Josh went down there the pass before where you're trying to gun for that. Got in the 480s on his pass.
Yeah, look, after I saw that thing go 480, I thought, geez, we're in for a ride here, but it wasn't meant to be. It's just one for the highlight reel instead.
All right, mate, one to go. Thanks very much, mate. We'll see you out there. All right, so our Pro Turbos bracket once again supported well this weekend, and we're waiting for, we had a couple of little glitches, we're getting it sorted out. Bear with us for a second, guys. Adrian Sash out there in the little roller skate. The Suzuki with the turbocharged 4-cylinder Mitsubishi engine. All right, so we're just making sure that both races have got their correct dial-ins up. A little bit of confusion with them. The races, that is. Craig Chapman. Turbocharged Barra engine between the frame rails of this EL Falcon for Townsville Car Care Centre. Adrian Sash, turbocharged 4-cylinder. And that little car, Full Lock Auto, helping that team. That's red light. Both cars actually go right over towards the centre line, have a look at each other. A little bit of smoke out of the car for Chapman too as he gets out of the throttle. Sash still goes 872 after a big pedal. 872 with a big pedal, but would you believe Craig Chapman will be your winner? 1572. Not the pass he was looking for, but he gets the win. Rob Caddy, a big burnout in the rotary powered RX2. Jason Scott, EL Falcon for Scott Speed. Turbocharged 6-cylinder Falcon. Rob Caddy. Billet 13B rotary with a turbocharger. Caddy Dolly with an 810, Jason Scott 890. So 8/10 of a second, 2 lights on the tree. Caddy's in, waiting for Scott to bump in. Red light on the tree, we're going to watch the top end, but both of them on pretty decent passes. Rob Caddy goes 803. 803, 232 would be happy with that one. Jason Scott 914 is there or thereabouts, so they're both reasonably happy with the times, I would say. Jason's got through it away with a red light on the start line. Rob Caddy with an 803 gets the win. Josh Moore for Performance Parts Plus out of Townsville. He's in the BA Falcon Ute. Turbocharged Barry engine. The Pest. That's what the number plate says. So a solo, a single pass here. The only man on the track at the moment is Joshua Moore. 865 the dial in. It's pretty decent in the half track. Keep an eye on the boards as we watch Josh Moore hit the 1320. 875. 875, 246. Reasonably happy with that. So again, really happy with the fields this weekend. This Pro Turbo bracket's been very good. Darren Garrick out there. The RB30 powered Skyline. We got Aaron Strong sitting back in the water about to start the burnout. $20B rotary. So in rotary speak, that's a 3 rotor. All right, both cars will bring the turbocharged cars up on the boost. You'll hear the popping out of that 20B for Aaron Strong. Garrick out in front. Here comes ours. 845 for Aaron Strong. But Darren Garrick is your winner in that one. 875 on the 69. Good enough. Once again, Aaron Strong. Another 840 pass. That's the quickest of the weekend so far. And I believe a PB. A bit old school supercharge action. Garth McIntyre comes back, the yellow HQ Monaro. He's going to take on Bob Baker. Consistently loves a big burnout, does Bob Baker. 870 for the HQ Ute, 632 cubes of big block Chev, 481 cubes of Hemi. For Garth McIntyre, got a supercharger, 1471 on top. Felicity gives the final instructions to Dad. She'll send him into the beam shortly. Bob Baker pulls in beside him. We're ready to go. Baker out there, here comes McIntyre. The Monaro gets there. Garth McIntyre got there. Bob Baker actually a fraction too quick, went 67 on a 70, but Garth McIntyre goes 7.501 on a 7.50. That's a nice one. Next up here in the full tilt transport lane on the tower side, we got Josh Moore from Roma. Front engine dragster for him. Leslie Holsnagel in that unique LX Tirana ute. So somewhere along the line, somebody's cut that down into a ute. They've done a pretty good job. Doesn't look too bad at all. $8.86 the dial in for the front engine dragster. Les Holdnagel, 930. Love Josh Moore's car. It just hangs those little spoke wheels out to about 60 foot. Just nicely. 887 on the 886. Well done, Josh Moore. Les Holsnagel was there with a 948 at 930, but 87 on 86 will get the job done most days. Dean Zammit takes on Brad Price. Brad Price from H&R Block Mackay. He's got the Mustang. Dean Zammit. Nice little wheels up. Just skips the wheels up in the air, puts them down nicely, and he heads to the top end. Nothing in the reaction time. Not much at the finish line either, but it's Dean Zammit. 10.01 on the 998. 86 on a 72 for Brad Price in the Mustang. So once again, Comp bringing us some real variety. We got the rear engine dragster for Darcy Hawk, 825 the dial in for the small block powered car. We got Dave Shee in this late model Ford Mustang. He's from CPV Tuning. He's the main man. He knows how to make these things work. 905 the dial in for him, 825 for Darcy Hawk. CQ Rotary, keeping the kids entertained again. Straight to the lanes, please. Straight to the lanes. We need straight to the lanes, please. Darcy Hawk had a crack at the tree, come up on the red side. On the negative version, 914 and a 905 for Dave Shee for the win, but Darcy Hawk, unfortunately, a little bit quick that time. Gave it away. Street to the lanes, please. Street to the lanes. Junior drags. They'll get you to start heading that way soon too. So again, shout out to all our wonderful volunteers here. We can't do without you guys and girls. It takes a lot of effort. Steve Summer, Simone Wheeler. So Dale Sonigan out in front of Steve Summer. He's a regular racer as well. Not racing this weekend. Giving Steve a hand with the Pontiac. Firebird. Simone Wheeler. Really starting to get on top of this car. We've seen low nines, 900, the target for this car, the VX with the Turbo LS. Simone Wheeler bumped through the beams there, and you could hear Summer got straight onto the chip, had the roll out of the throttle, reset, and head on down 817. But Big Barrett, long-time racer in the WBU. It was old nitrous big block combination for many moons. Hadn't seen it for a couple of seasons. Now it's back. Supercharged big block Chev. Jason Earl, a little Datsun 1200 ute, the main man from Powerfest. We had Sugar City Powerfest here just 2 weeks ago. Jason Earl out here doing a bit of drag racing this weekend. 965 the dial in for the Dado. Mick Barrett, 862. They give it a little tweak. They reckon they can go a bit quicker. Barrett on a nice pass here. Look at him pull up alongside Jason Earl there, and he goes 870. So another PB, 870. Not quite the 62 they were hoping for, but 870 is pretty handy. Jason Earl, 978. He'll get the win because Mick was a little bit keen on the start line. All right, another call for the juniors. Junior drags to the lanes, please. Junior drags to the lanes. We'll get street rotary there too, please. Junior dragster and street rotary to the lanes, please. So apparently Mick Barrett went a little bit long. But he's all good. It's all good. You can see the dust down there, just for anyone that's wondering. That's just Mick Barrett doing a bit of circle work. It is a WB ute after all. All right, we've got to sort something out down here on the start line. We'll get that underway shortly. We've got to do a rerun on one of these vehicles. All right, Joy Acton out here. We're going to run him. 950 the dial in for the SS. Goes 999 at 950 dialing. Street Bracket about to come forward for their second round. So again, Junior Dragster and Street Rotary, who needs in the lanes if you're not already. All right, Digger Smith out there in the family car. Still got the groceries in the back. $13.53 on a $13.51. That's not a bad putt. Not a bad pass at all. If only you can get a reaction time. All right, here's Barbara Field. Haven't we enjoyed watching Barbara Field this weekend in the Shafter FC wagon? 12.80 now. Just keeps getting quicker and quicker. Good stuff. Naomi Whitfield beside her. The two ladies are going to do battle here. 15.14 for the Commodore Ute. So Naomi's on the brakes already. Oh, she's playing cheeky, but watch out. Here comes Barbara. Didn't quite go there. Naomi Whitfield that time. 15.82 for the win. And Barbara, a little bit off the pace on that one. You can't get quicker each time. Has to be at some point. You stop improving. Always strive. Here's a pairing for the Holden fans. We got 308 engines in both these cars. Henry McClellan, Ronnie Shaw, 12.59 for the Ute for Ronnie Shaw, 12.64 for the wagon. For the Drop Bears Motorsport team. So Andrew on a bit of a run here. This thing looks too quick on this one. How about 11.40 on a 12.64? Well, hey, Buddha put the good tune up in. 12.63 on a 12.59 for Ron Shaw, but Andrew McClellan broke out by 1.2 seconds. Charlie Roberts, got a club sport. Sue Kessa, got a club sport. 12.88 takes on 12.52. So the handicap start to the Coal Rock lane. That's Sue. Missed the start a little bit there. The Easy Pumps and Irrigation Clubby for Charlie Roberts out in front. Needs to play it smart here. 12.52, doesn't want to go quicker than that. Doesn't. Gets the win, 12.64. Sue ran a PB for the day, 12.70, so pretty happy. Oh, hugs around, that's the way. That's what it's all about. Everyone's happy. So our funny car team's over there doing between rounds maintenance, preparing for their final shootout for the night at 8 p.m. We watch Errol Younger take the Tirana down for another 13-second lap. He'd like to go 13.20, but he goes 13.46. Aaron Mackey going to take on Brian Blanky. Brian Blank, 14.19 in the Supra. I'd give you the other time, but it's gone. All right, round 2, run and done. We got 1 round to go. We got funny cars coming up at 8 o'clock. So by the play school clock, that's about an hour and 5 minutes away. So again, big shout out to the Overtaking lane. Live streaming for us this weekend. Dave's still awake down there. He's hiding in the shadow. Lucky you got that high vis. We can still see you, Dave. Lucky you got the high vis. No, guys, thanks very much for being here this weekend. Live streaming this event for us. And if you're listening out there on the live stream, great to have you on board. So we're heading into the 3rd round of racing. So the boys of the Overtaking lane, they got a number of side bids. They're a busy mob. They're a busy mob, but they got the right. So we're going on the live stream here for Overtaking Lane on YouTube. But get on their website, overtakinglane.com.au. They got heaps of merchandise there. They got some good gear. Make sure you jump on there and grab some stuff. Say support these guys and doing what they're doing. Because you can't always be there where you want to be. Work or family commitments. You can always sneak some drag racing in the live stream. Heidi Allgood gets a solo here. I'll tell you what, Heidi Allgood will keep an eye on the results, but this is round 3. This is the one that counts. 0-9 on the tree, 9.20 the dial-in, goes 9.58. So at the end of the 3rd round for all our brackets, not me, but someone up here will sit down and crunch the numbers and we'll work out who our finalists are. Ash Pinkstone going to take on Charlie Narensky here. So both the girls been very stout in racing today. Could have an each way bet here. So Ash Pinkstone, dial in with a 7.99. On the mound side, that's our Coal Rock lane, Charlie Narensky, 8.02. So there's nothing in this. You won't see the difference on the tree. Only our timing computer will tell the difference. There's nothing in reaction time. Charlie, the better of it. Who can go closer to their dial in? Charlie goes 8.03 on an 8.02 with an 0.55 light. That's a good package. 8.08 on a 7.99 for Ashley Pinkstone. Street Rotary, if you're not there, we need you there in a hurry. Tough street to the lanes, please. Tough street to the lanes. Ruby Summer, Flynn to rescue. Flynn got excited. Jumped the gun a little bit, so the win will go to Ruby Summer here. So she's still going to test the dial in. 888 goes 898. Flynn was on the money with the dial in. A little bit eager on the start line. Tegan Kroger down here in front of us gets a buy here. 794 the dial in for Tegan. Did a pretty little decent skid in the water too. Ready to go. Starts to roll in. Pre-stage, full stage. Here we go. 794. Keep an eye on the boards in the Coal Rock lane. Let's see what Tegan's got for us. She's got 794. 794 with a 9 on a 794. That's a good run. Well done. 133 kilometres an hour. It's up there with one of the faster passes we've seen out of Junior Dragster this weekend. Street Rotary up next. One Industries, Full Lock Auto bringing a Street Rotary. A shout out to, once again, to Rob and Jane and the CQ Rotary team. Spreading the word and organising a lot of these cars for these brackets for Street Rotary and Pro Turbo for the weekend. And all the goodies that have gone into the crowd. Terry Smith, Paul Frank. So Terry Smith got the little ute. They've been a cool addition this weekend. We had another one here last night. Unfortunately, he had some kind of issue with the master cylinder, apparently. So 12.04 for the RX-7 on 11.98. Paul Frank gets it done. So again, big time of year here for us here at Palmyra. We had Sugar City Power Fest 2 weeks ago. We got this fantastic event this weekend. And less than 2 weeks' time, we got carnage in the cane fields. The Kenda Radial Circus is coming to town. I believe we've got around about 90 entries as it stands at the moment, last I heard, or including the big shootout on Friday night. We got testing on Thursday, the big shootout on Friday night, plus testing. And racing on Saturday, over $25,000 in prize money. So it's going to be great. There is cars coming from Victoria right here to Palmyra. So it's going to be fantastic to have those cars on the property here in less than 2 weeks' time. So October 12, 13 and 14 right here at Palmyra. Oh, these boys teed it up down there in the lanes, and there it is, Travis Mumford and Brett Allgood. How about that for a pair of burnouts? Good stuff. 11.75 for Travis Mumford. He said, I've already got 2 losses. I'm going to go out there and rip the tyres off this thing. Brett Allgood, 10.80, the dialing in the Premier. So 11.75 the dial in for the Ute. Brett Allgood dialed in with a 10.80. Good race this one. Allgood got there, 81 on 80. Good pass there for him, 79 on 75. So maybe the burnouts helped. They put in a good show there, but that's pretty much them done for the night. Chris Kepper into Nino Cesari. Both the boys sharp on the tree. Anyone's race this one. 11.24 for the Mercury. Cesari, 10.70. They get together, the 2 black cars at the finish line. 10.74 will get the win for Cesari. 11.27. Good pass all around. Less than a foot in it at the finish line. Pro Turbo to the lanes if you're not already. Pro Turbo to the lanes. Pro Turbo to the lanes if you're not already. We're in the middle of Tough Street. So CQ Rotary and all paint solutions bringing us that one. Dale Caruana, Hayden Clark. Caruana out in front from Hard Spice and Mackay right here in Mackay. That makes sense. Hardy Spice and Mackay in Mackay. There you go. 11.29. Caruana. A little bit off the pace, unfortunately. Hayden Clark went 10.73 on a 10.50. All right, sit tight. We're starting to get some finalist pairings through. I'm going to hold out a little bit. I'm going to make you wait. Guarantees Marcus Benyon. Junior dragsters, they'll know. They'll be scratched in stone down there with the junior dragster races, they'll know. Guarantees Marcus Benyon going to line up here. So the old Ford versus Holden battle. Bathurst next weekend, don't forget, if you're into that. Not as good as drags, but still car related. Guarantees Marcus Benyon. For Car Wash Mackay, we got Guarantees. 10.40 the dial in, 11.40. So a second in it as we watch Benyon take off. Finish line will tell the story. 10.60. Aaron Tees will take the win. Benyon was a 12.28 off the pace. Andrew Samet, a beautiful Chevy pickup. 10.65 takes on Luke Faulkner with 11.20. Barra-powered Falcon. How about that? Samet already got him covered. Needs to be a little bit smart on the top end. Doesn't want to break. Yeah, doesn't. Played it smart. Got the win. 10.70 on a 10.65. Well done, Andrew Samet. The big statesman is Mark Peachy, 11.60 for him. Haley Scott looking for a 10.66 out of the Barra-powered Skyline. She might get it, but a red light's going to give the race away, unfortunately, for Haley. So Mark Peachy will get the win here. With a 65 on a 60. Haley Scott, 76 on a 66. Not too bad. Brett Kelly takes on Brad Gilroy here, so a slight head start to the Commodore in the Coal Rock lane. 10.58 the dial in. Brett Kelly says he can go 10.36 in the hardtop. All right, hold it up, hold it up. We got a call from the top end. Apparently we got something down there, so we're going to have a look. Something on the size of a hope it's not a hand. So the word is there's something about the size of a hand on the side of the track. And as I said, I hope it's not a hand. Where's CSI? So we'll go and check that out. Well spotted, apparently, by the racers there. So we just run the buggy down there. We'll do a quick sweep of the area. I'll rattle off the track sponsors quickly. Of course, Coal Rock and Full Tilt Transport, our lane sponsors. Big shout out to our track sponsors, Proximity Motorsport, MI Scaffold, Learn to Ride, Hardy Spice and Mackay, Performance Parts Plus, Fill the Wash Mackay, Century Iwasa Batteries, Auto Repair and Towing, and Black Magic Detail. So we're looking, the search continues for the hand. Maybe it's Thing. He's running away. If you're not already, guys, do us a favour, get on the Facebook page for Palmyra Drag Racing Club. Like, share, do all that stuff for us. Let us know what sort of time you had here at this fantastic event. Nitro in the Cane. We encourage you guys to come for the trophy presentation if you can, if you want to hang around. Got some fantastic trophies. They're an awesome trophy, actually, for this event. Brett Kelly from Gladstone. 10:36 for the hardtop. This thing consistently just rocks back, lifts those front wheels about 6 inches off the ground and carries them for about 20 foot, lays them down, and away we go. Brad Gilroy in beside him. Reaction times, there's no winner in that one. Let's have a look at the finish line. Oh, Gilroy got him. Brad Gilroy got him 59 on a 58. Brad Gilroy got there by 0.2, I'm going to say 8 centimetres. 7 centimetres. He got there by 7 centimetres. That's all there was in it at the finish line. Brad Gilroy just got a big scalp. He just got Brett Kelly. Kylie O'Reilly and Dino Gorman. So O'Reilly, the 308 powered Mitsubishi Lancer. Gorman. In the full stage, ready to go, waiting on Kylie. Here she is. Don't know what happened there. Gorman's car launched and then just cut out. No lights on the car, so it's almost like it's lost electrical there somewhere. Kylie O'Reilly will get the win, 10:49 on a 45. But yeah, Gorman's car. It launched, it sounded pretty crisp, but the lights went out literally. And the warm-up procedures kick off in the pits, in the Nitro pits, in the Aeroflow pit. 4 cars lined up there under the marquee. See how many people it takes to push a Statesman? So we are ready to go. We got the next pairing up here. We got Sean Deegan. We got Mark Barraclough. Deegan in the Tirana, 1084, the dial in on the window for him. We got Mark Barraclough, 1010. And if I read everything they typed in here, this is just a tang. He must have left the muss at home. It's just a tang. Remember tang? They're going to get the car when to go over towards the centre line there at the start, so that'll hurt the time quite a bit actually. 10:54, good enough for Mark in the Mustang to get the win there. Sweet, sweet sound of Nitro powered goodness from the pits as another funny car starts up. 8 o'clock, about 40 minutes away, we'll see the final session. This is the good one. This is the one we like. We like the flames. This is when these things really come to life. Bob Connolly. Down from Cairns. 10-6-0 the dial in. $10.89, almost sound like I hit the limiter down the end there. Anyway, got there, solo, means a win. H&R Block Mackay bringing us Tough Street again this weekend. Big shout out to all our wonderful sponsors. Shout out to the Mackay Regional Council for their support for this one. Great to have some representatives here today. Just waiting for the dial-ins there. We got them set for this pair. So nice burn out there, Dave Rickards. $10.36 for Gary Brett, 11.21 the dial in for Dave Rickards. So there goes the wagon. Says the Gary, come and catch me if you can. Here comes Gary on the top end. The big block starting to show some mumbo. He goes 10.37. 10.37 on 10.36 for Gary Brett. Nice pass there for him. Dave Rickards, 11.13 was too quick. 11.13, I'll have to talk to Dave about that one. I reckon that's right up there with one of the quicker passes that car's run. Martin Atkinson going to bring the scoreline to the line again. It is a GTR. Good to see this thing out here. Not parked away in a shed. Cody Turner, 10.15 and the BA Falcon. Nitro Funny car number 3 in the warm-up procedure. We're getting closer. 8 o'clock, 35 minutes away. Turner out there in front. Here comes the skyline on the top end. It's got some speed, 217.94 on that time, 10.47. Not bad, but not enough. Never get lost on a dark night with Tony Wilson. The yellow Pontiac. 10.49 the dial in. Andrew Borg, 10.96. Good reaction time from Borg. He's got Wilson trying to make up the distance. He's going to run out of track there. 11.01 on a 10.96. Andrew Borg takes a win there. Tony Wilson, 57 on a 49. And on cue, Nitro Funny car number 4. Candice Brettle takes on Benny Walker here. Tough street. H&R block. Mackay bringing us this one. So 10.05 for the Ute. Candice Brettle says 10.60 is where the Camaro's going to run here. See some of these late model cars running some good numbers like this. Brettle gets there. She's going well tonight. 10.64 on a 10.60. Walker went 10.07 on a 10.05. There was about 10 centimetres in it at the finish line. We got Craig Chapman here, got a solo. $8.72. So Craig used to run a Falcon Ute, get this combo in, moved it into his full chassis car and got into the 8.72 dialing on this one. Let's see how close he can get to that. Nice car, planted nicely, 8.74. 8.74 and 8.72, nothing wrong with that. So second starter for one of the Nitro cars. Usually tells you they weren't 100% happy with something in the tune-up. Made a couple of adjustments and another fire up for the car. So basically what we call a heads-up race here, is it? $9.99. Are they both dialed in with that? There you go. Very good. Jason Scott in the Falcon, $9.99. Adrian Sash, the Suzuki, $9.99. Both the boys had a bit of a swing there. Sash's thing just turned the tyres on the hit. Went nowhere. Just stood up on the tyres. 11.29, but a 9.59 in the other lane for Jason Scott will get the win. All right, Darren Garrick, Josh Moore. So Josh Moore for Performance Parts Plus, 870 for the Falcon, 869 for Darren. So again, nothing in this one. Some nice close passes here. Nice close matchups in round 3 for Pro Turbo. Good leads for both races. Darren Garrick goes 009 on the tree and goes 75 on a 69. Josh Moore 70 on a 70. So good pass, reaction time, not bad, but Darren Garrick pulled out his best one of the night. 009 on the tree for Darren. All right, so we had the battle of the rotaries lined up here, but no Rob Caddy. Looks like they're hooking him back up to the tow vehicle. So some kind of issue there for Rob Caddy in the lanes. Aaron Strong will get a solo here, 840, the dial in for the RX-7. .56, 252, so they're starting to put some good passes together. Well done to the team. It's been a journey. They've definitely had a good weekend. 856. Get the dial in sorter for this one. Bobby Baker. Simone Wheeler. HQ Ute for Baker. .862 the dial in for him, Simone Wheeler. She'd like to go 900 or something very close to. Baker will get there first, 865. Wheeler goes 934. So 865 on a 862 for Bob Baker. Nice solid pass for the team. 09 on the tree. Simone Wheeler 934. I just spotted that. Have a look at Jason Scott. He just raced Adrian Sash and then he tows him back. That's good. I like that. Jason Scott runs Adrian Sash and then hooks him up with the tow rope and pulls him back down the return road. Good stuff. That's what it's all about. We're a big family. Like every family, you got that dodgy uncle, but hey, we're a big family. Joy Acton out there taking on Stephen Summer. Summer in the Firebird, 8.53 at 2:10. Oh, a nice big strong burnout for Les Holsnagel. The Tirana Ute, and the smoke clears. Dialed in with a 935. Dave Shee on a 905. Keeping an eye on the live stream here. Big shout out once again to the Overtaking Lane boys. And on their behalf, Mad Cow Mark, good on you, mate. Thank you. So Dave Shee, 905 the dial in. Holsnagel in the Tirana Ute. You won't hear me say that too many times. Little Ripper. Oh, Shee right over the centre line, takes out a cone at the 330. That got all sorts of interesting. Les Holsnagel's like, mate, I'll just steer around you and go for the top end. 965 on a 935. We've got a block to clean up at the 330. Dave Shee, that lifted the wheels, but it went right, and you can't steer with the wheels in the air. Come down, had a little wiggle, and went over the centre line, cleaned up the block. So get our track crew on their game. We're all cleaned up. We're good to go. That foam block back in its place at the 3:30 markers there. Here we go. H&R block, Stang. Brad Price down in front of us gets a solo here. 980 the target here for him. Supercharged Mustang. Looks pretty good so far. As we look at the boards in the full tilt transport lane, we see 985 on that 980. That'll get the job done most times. Not too bad at all. Pairing here is Dean Zammit and Garth McIntyre. So McIntyre completes his burnout in the HQ Monaro. 750 the dial in. Dean Zammit, he'll wait. He'll sit it out. He wants to do a nice burnout too, but he wants to keep the heat in the tyres. So pretty decent chase on here, just shy of 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds the jump for Dean Zammit, our #1 qualifier in the competition bracket. Come bought to us by Electric Machinery Sales. Good chase here for Garth McIntyre. Went 750 on a 750 last time down. Can he do it again? One on a 998. Dean Zammit got that one. Garth McIntyre, the chute rattled loose just before 3:30. The run was pretty much done at that point. Alright, we're in comp. Final round for these guys. Third and final round, then we'll work out our finalist. So I've got some finalists here. I'll rattle these off in a minute, but we're trying to work around our schedule here for the funny cars. We're about 12 minutes away from funny car time. Josh Moore out there in the front engine dragster, Jason Earl beside him. And Jace had a bit of a snooze on the line, but have a look at Josh Moore, 886 on a 886. Jason Earl beside him, 980 on the 970. So we've seen some good racing tonight. We see some races putting together some really good packages. Junior dragster final, and we'll get these cars round to the lanes if we can, please. And we'll sneak in, and we're going to try and sneak in before the funny cars. Junior Dragster final will be Ruby Summer and Tegan Croker. So Ruby Summer and Tegan Croker will be in the final of Junior Dragster. We're going to get you in the lanes. Ruby Summer and Tegan Croker to the lanes, please. You young ladies are going to fight out, not fight out, I shouldn't say that. Race for the win trophy here at Nitro in the Cane in Junior Dragster. Brought to us by the Aeroflow and Nitro Funny car crew. So Darcy Hawk gets a solo here. 8:25 the dial in. For Darcy Hawk, he goes 8:46. It looked quicker than that, but obviously not. Most friends Terry's ever had. He has to give him lollies. Hey, shout out to the CQ Rotary crew for all the goodness that's gone into the crowd this weekend. Good on you guys, well done. So just repeating, Junior Dragster, the final will be between Ruby Summer and Tegan Croker. And we're looking good to try and squeeze them in before the funny cars. It'll be good opportunity for those juniors to run their final. Younger, Tirana, Sukesa in the club sport. Oh no, Sue! Stalled it, maybe. Stalled it on the start line here. Bit of frustration. That's the way. A little bit of frustration. 13.30. Errol Younger will get the win. And Sue, well done. You've had a good day. Just a little blemish there at the end. Hope you had plenty of fun. That's what it's all about. If you're not here for fun, pack it up and go home. Ronnie Shaw gets a bye here, the HQ Ute. 12.59. $12.56 on a 12.59. All right, so one of my favourites for the weekend, Barbara Field in the Gasser. That's a better burnout. That's a good one. 12.80 the dial in for the wagon. Oh, well, the gold wagon, the shafter. 12.64 for Andrew McClellan. Here we go. Come on, Sue. Sue. Barbara. Sue's someone else. I don't know. It's a long day. Andrew got there, broke out. Barbara won that one. 13.15, 159. Barbara got the win there. Andrew McClellan went too quick in his wagon. 12.25 there. Charlie Roberts, Aaron Mackey. So Mackey in the ute. Charlie Roberts in the club sport. $12.67 that time down for Charlie Roberts on the 12.52. Good enough for the win. Aaron Mackey had a few dramas, a few fuel issues. He got the old flooded issue happening by the looks of that on the start line. Didn't clear up enough to put a clean run in. All right, Junior Dragster, once again, Ruby Summer, Tegan Croker. Come on, young ladies, we need you in the lanes for your final. Give them some corn chips. Street Raider final. I'll give it to you in a minute. Naomi Whitfield out there in the Holden ute. Brian Blank in the Supra. They get to the line together. Blank went too quick. Whitfield got the win. 15.50 on a 15.14. Street Raider final. Paul Frank and Terry Smith. So Paul Frank and Terry Smith. So just repeating, Paul Frank and Terry Smith in the final for Street Rotary. Need you in the lanes, please. Paul Frank, Terry Smith in the lanes for the Street Rotary final. Finals time. We get a final in here. We got to get the junior dragsters. So we want these young racers out here. Well, you guys are still here to watch their final. Plus, it's probably past their bedtime. We got Ruby Summer. 890 the dial in for Summer Family Racing. Tegan Croker. Been very good today. 793 for Tegan Croker on the dial-in board. So massive shout out to the Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car crew for backing this bracket this weekend. Ruby Summerer over here on the full tilt transport lane. She'll get the head start. Tegan Croker then got to give chase on the mound side. Some kind of issue there on the start line. Unfortunately, Ruby through the lights early. Tegan Croker will be your winner. Tegan Croker, the winner of Junior Dragster tonight. 791 on a 93. There was a breakout, but unfortunately, Ruby, the car must have just rocked in the beams there through the lights early. It'll come up as before the third red. And Tegan Croker's your winner. Ruby Summer, fantastic runner-up tonight in Junior Dragster. All right, so final preparations for our third and final time tonight to see our Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny cars. 4 cars have been through their warm-up procedures.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know, the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember, you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea.
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
All right, a little bit of track prep. So finalists, we will get the other finalists to the lanes. That's the call now. We will get the other finalists to the lanes. Tough street final will be between Antonino Cesari and Andrew Samet. So the Monaro takes on the Chevy pickup. Antonino Cesari and Andrew Samet in tough street. Pro Turbo will be Darren Garrick and Craig Chapman. So the Skyline, the R30 Skyline will take on Craig Chapman's EL Falcon. Comp is Joy Acton and Josh Moore. So Jai Acton has made his way to the final in comp. He's going to take on Josh Moore, who's been really good in the front engine dragster. And the street final will be Digger Smith, Daniel Smith, and Charlie Roberts. So the Volkswagen wagon, I can't tell you what he told me to call it. And Charlie Roberts in the club sport. So if you can head around the lanes, try and keep to one side because we will be rolling the funny cars around into the lanes very shortly.
Hey, do you remember that place we always talked about? You know the place where kangaroos play down on the sand? And the forests are so ancient that they start to grow houses of their own? Remember you said you wanted to drive all the way down to the edge where the desert meets the sea?
And you said you wanted to see the stars shine brighter in the skies than ever before. And that when you looked out towards the horizon, all you wanted to see was blue.
I think we just found it.
Time here. Coal Rock Contractors and Full Tilt Transport, they're our lane sponsors, have been for a number of seasons. Track sponsors Proximity Motorsport, MI Scaffold, Learn to Ride, Hardy, Spice and Mackay. Performance Parts Plus, Filter Wash Mackay, Century Yuasa Batteries, Auto Repair and Towing, and a Black Magic Detail. All right, so at this point, I want to also thank all our wonderful volunteers / track staff. So a big event like this takes an extra toll, actually. It's a little bit more involved, of course. More races involved, more passes involved, more factors involved. But, hey, big shout out to everyone. They all do it on their own time. So, guys, thank you very much. Thank you for the patience for the races, the crews and the families. So from the track staff down there, you can see Bill on the tractor at the moment giving a few final passes before we see the funny cars come out. We've got all the start line crew down there from Wayne, our starter, through to Chris in the burnout box. Pete, our meeting director. Smithy down the end. Smithy's worked his butt off today, poor bugger. He's had to push cars around that corner most of the day. But thanks to him. Thanks to the tower staff up here. Dennis and Carly and Annie. Sure, I'm forgetting some. Oh, the canteen staff. Thanks to the canteen staff, the front gate staff, the scrutineers. Our IHRA staff, our sanctioning body. Here's our junior dragster finalists coming back. So put your hands together. So again, finalists to the lanes, please. Finalists to the lanes. We'll get you down the track. We'll get you sorted. Runner-up in junior drags. We just saw Tegan Croker go down. That's runner-up in front of us now, young Ruby Summer. In junior drags, so well done. Tough Street about to come out. Antonino Cesari in the black KDMR. Monaro, Andrew Samet, the great Chevy pickup, the very stout small block. So Pro Turbo will actually be Darren Garrick. We had to crunch some more numbers. Darren Garrick and Josh Moore. So the young fella in the Performance Parts Plus Ute will take on Darren Garrick in the Skyline. Comp is Joy Acton and Josh Moore. So we got Josh Moore's in the final for Pro Turbo and Comp. And Street will be Digger Smith and Charlie Roberts. All right, Andrew Samet, 1065. Chisari, 1070. 0.05 difference in the the ETs for these two cars. This is finals time. This is Tough Street, brought to us by H&R Block Mackay. Chisari, the better reaction time. Andrew Samet with some work to do. They get the half track together. Lucky we got some timers because you won't be able to do it by the naked eye. Samet got there. Samet got there. Now, I saw the brakes go on Chisari's car. He might have preempted that, and he's got on the brakes too hard. Andrew Samet, 1066 on a 1065. There was just over a foot into the finish line, about, I'm going to say, 32 centimetres at the finish line. Chisari was on the brakes, and it's hurt him. Samet got the nose in front, your winner. In H&R Block Mackay, Tough Street, Andrew Samet, runner-up tonight, Antonino Chisari. So we're going to run our finalists as they come around if we can get them in the lanes. The funny cars are on the move to the lanes. So if we can squeeze a couple in before then, that'll be good. See how we go. It's a race to the staging lanes. That's the guy. That's the way, guys. Let them know. Great final. Street final. Tut Bryant, Mackay. Yeah, wonderful sponsor for this one. So Digger Smith, no bikes this weekend, so he bought the family car out and he's in the final. In the Volkswagen wagon. $13.50 the dial in. Charlie Roberts in the club sport for easy pumps and irrigation. Digger for Digger Diesel Services. So no great reaction times, but the better of it is Charlie Roberts. We get towards 1,000 foot. We get to the finish line. Your winner in street tonight, Charlie Roberts. Charlie Roberts in the club sport, 12.69 on the 12.52. Digger Smith went 54 on a 50, but the reaction time wasn't flash. And that was enough. So street, Charlie Roberts is your winner. Digger Smith is runner-up. So, guys, once again, I hope you had a great day because we're getting towards the end of the night. Don't forget we got the next big event in less than 2 weeks. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 12th, 13th and 14th of October is the Kenda Carnage in the Cane Fields. Kenda Radial Circus coming to town. Some good prize money on offer. We got the shootout on Friday night for $16,000 from memory. 10. Oh, I'm giving away an extra 6. Oh, geez, I better find 6 before next weekend. Sugar Daddy shootout for $10,000. 16 cars. That's where I'm getting the 16 from. 16 cars, 10 grand on the line for the shootout on Friday night. That filled within 10 minutes. They announced that only a week or so ago, and 16 cars put up $500 each within 10 minutes. And then race day is Saturday the 14th, $25,000 in prize money. You can keep up to date. If you're not already, please get on the Facebook page for Palmyra. Keep up to date with all the events and goings-ons here. You'll also see we share all the links of our local photographers. All right, guys, prepare yourself. Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars, final round for these guys. So based on their 3 rounds, the previous 2 rounds, we also come up with a final pairing. So they have some really cool trophies. They always give us a first, second and third for the funny cars. But the final tonight between these funny cars, it will be the first pairing out, and that will be Brandon Gosbell in King Kong. He'll take on Josh Lay in the Bandit. Now, on paper, Lay's been the pick. He's got down that track twice. The 490s, and the second pass was a 484, which is the quickest pass we've seen down the track this weekend. I got down with a 490 in the first round, had that pretty wild ride in the second one. Still managed to get the win. by virtue of those 2 wins, is in the final beside Josh Lay. As you know, both Justin Walsh in the Terminator and Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express want to put on a fantastic show to round out the night as well from their guys. So prepare yourself. I'm ready. Can't wait. On behalf of the club, I want to say thank you to you guys on the hill for coming out today. I'm hoping you've had a fantastic time. Let us know. Actually, give us some feedback. It's always great to look out there on the hill and see a great crowd. Funny Car Show is always a fantastic feature. As I said, as professional of drag racing outfit you will see anywhere in the world.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
So both drivers strapped in to the seats of these cars, bodies up. The remote starter will go onto the front of the engine. One of the crew members will assist that engine by putting a little bit of methanol into the hat as they start cranking the engine. As the engine picks up, then the nitro starts to flow through the veins. Once the crew's happy, the body goes down and they're pointed towards the water to perform their burnouts. This is our final pairing in terms of race winner for the weekend. This is the one that counts. Big strong burnouts from both the boys. Brandon Goswell in the Coal Rock lane on the Mount side. Now the choice of lanes for these guys over the day has been this right lane. So Josh Lay, the quicker of the two cars in the previous round, obviously had lane choice. He's gone to the right lane here in the Bandit. Oh, look at the fuel. The boys have got these things wicked up. We're going for a home run. Look at the fuel. The raw fuel fills the air here at Palmyra. Final adjustments, Kelsey on the Bandit. We got Mark over there on King Kong from Brandon. Brownie says, go for it, son, to young Josh Leahy. Let's go, race on! Oh, Josh Leahy, pedals, had a little flap on the throttle. Brandon stuck with him out there, rattled the tyres pretty hard, had to get out of it. Guys, put your hands together for the final pairing there. That is first and runner-up for the funny cars tonight. Now we're going for third and redemption in the next pairing. But Josh Leahy has been the cream this afternoon. What's that? So again, I think we managed to, Josh has managed to pull up a little bit short on the top end there. So we'll clear that car, but as the fuel clears down there on the start line, so Josh Leahy, the winner of the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car section here tonight. Runner-up Brandon Gosbell, but we still got a pairing out the back here. We got Justin Walsh in Terminator and Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express. And I can tell you, neither of these guys and the teams will be happy with the results so far, so they'll be looking for some redemption here. When I say redemption, they won't be taking it easy. We'll take a lot of pride in getting these cars down the track and doing it fast and quick. All right, here we go. So Justin Walsh in the Terminator. That's the Camaro in the Coal Rock lane, nearest the mound. Morris McMillan in Nitro Express. It's a 57 Chevrolet. no car in this configuration has gone quicker in the world than this car right here on the tower side. They've struggled a little bit today. Is this the one pass that will just blow us away? Look at the fuel. Look at the fuel down here on the start line. Gareth Rogers on the Nitro Express making final adjustment. Timmy Holly on the Terminator for Justin Walsh. In the pre-stage, the cars will go to the high side. You'll hear the note change. Here we go. $500 with a pedal, 561 to Walshy. $500 for a pedal. Nitro Funny Cars brought to you by Aeroflow. Guys, put your hands together. Once again, they put on a fantastic show, worth every cent. And your time here tonight to come and see these things. Thanks for coming. We still got some finals to run. Please stick around if you can, but if you are heading home, thank you very much for your patronage. Hope you've enjoyed your day. Make sure you let everyone know that you've had a good time out here at Palmyra. We want you back. We'd love to have you back. All right, we got the next pairing coming up, our finalists for comp. Electric Machinery Sales, one of our race sponsors and bracket sponsor right here. Good combination here. We got Jai Acton in the sedan, the Club Sport, the SS I should say, Commodore SS. We got the front engine dragster for Josh Moore out of Roma. It's been nice and consistent tonight. Can he go all the way here? So a couple of final round pairings to go to decide our winners and runner-up in a few classes. Front engine dragster for Josh Moy. Good to have the Moores here out of Roma. Wonderful supporters of that track out there. 886 the dial in for the dragster. Jai Acton dialed in with the 950 in the SS. So the Mound side will get the head start. Reaction time. Josh Moore uses up a little little bit of track, but he pulls up alongside Joy Acton. Double break here. Joy Acton's your winner. Joy Acton's your winner. Put your hands together for tonight's winner in the funny cars. Josh Lay on the bandit as he rolls past. Pro Turbo final. The pairing here is Josh Moore from Performance Pass Plus in the Falcon Ute. And Darren Garrick in the Skyline. All right, here we go. So Darren Garrick, he's done the burnout. We're just waiting on Josh Moore. Sounds like a lost power just in the burnout there. See if we can get it up on this one. Car doesn't want to seem to come up on boost and doesn't want to keep running. So it'll be a shame to get to the final here and not be able to run, but he's coming to the line, so here we go. Darren Garrick, the dial-in 873. Josh Moore says he can go 868 in the Falcon Ute, but we've seen him just struggle in the burnout, so hopefully resolve there. Put your hands together for Brandon Gosbell as he comes back up the return road on the walk. Put on a fantastic show again this weekend. Took the runner-up trophy. Josh Moore couldn't hold it on the line. He bumps the beam. So all sorts of stuff going out there on the track in this final, but Darren Garrick will get there, 878 on 873. So your winner in comp, Darren Garrick. Oh, well, that's not the way we wanted to finish it, but that's the final. We have got a little bit of an exhibition pass here at the end to finish it off for the night. We have got Jason Earl coming out in the little Datsun 1200. So great supporter of the track. Once again, holds the burnout events here Sugar City Power Fest a couple of weeks ago. We're going to let Jason round us out tonight out here on the track. All right, Jason Earl, nice big strong burn out, a little Datsun. 393 Cleveland. Bit tame for Jason, wasn't it? A little bit tame for Jason. All right, Jason Earl, let's see what he does here. Ran the best of a 966 this weekend. Don't forget, this is a burnout car. 979, 221, and that's it, guys. The last couple of funny cars coming up the return road, so put your hands together for those two races. We got Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express and Justin Walsh in the Terminator. Massive thank you to that whole team, the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car squad. It's a squad, it's a massive family, it's a massive team, and like I said, they're as professional as you will see anywhere in the world. So they put on a fantastic show again tonight. Thank you to all the racers, all the families, all the crews. Thank you to all the staff. Thank you to our sponsors. And don't forget, next event is less than 2 weeks away. We've got Carnage in the Cane Fields here, the Kenda Radial event. And on that note, thank you to all our wonderful volunteers, guys. You've worked your butts off today, and we've put on a pretty decent show, I reckon. On that note, have a safe trip home. And Shagger out.